Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council. Mayor, Skip Henderson, Byron Hickey, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2, Bruce Huff. District 3, Toya Tucker. District 4, Charmaine Crabb. District 5, Gary Allen. District 6, Joanne Kogel. District 7, Walker Garrett. District 8, John Anker. District 9, At-Large Council, Travis Chambers. District 10, At-Large Council, Lindsay McLemore, Clerk of Council, and City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council.
Welcome, everybody, to the July 22nd council meeting. We've got a full house. We welcome all of you here. We've got a room full of champions. You'll hear more about that in a few moments. But we will begin this meeting as we start all of our meetings, and that's by asking God's blessing and presence on these chambers. So I'd like to ask to come to the podium Reverend Grace Burton Edwards from St. Thomas Episcopal Church. Grace, if you hit the button on there, I'll get... Welcome.
Thank you. Let us pray. We give you thanks, O God, for this wonderful community, a community blessed with energy and leadership, abundant wealth, rich history, natural beauty, sound government, strong institutions, vibrant places of worship, and diverse people who are willing to work together. We give thanks for all organizations in this generous community who seek to alleviate suffering and build up the common good. We pray that you will prosper their efforts and give these groups all the resources they need to carry out your work. And we pray, O Lord, that someday, soon, the efforts of these groups will no longer be needed. For we pray for a spirit of love and mercy and sharing to invade not only individual hearts, not only our religious communities, not only our nonprofits, but to invade our government, our civic structures, our businesses, our schools, and our streets. We pray that you will lead us to prioritize care for those who have the least over care for those who have the most. We pray that you will strengthen us to seek not only charity but justice. We pray that you will lead us to be dissatisfied with ourselves until poverty is not simply alleviated but eliminated. We pray that you will call us to that golden rule which is at the heart of all our faith traditions: that which is hateful to you, do not do to someone else. For loving God, we know that you have made us to live together in love, and the only way we will thrive is if everyone can thrive. And so thank you for these servants who have been entrusted with the responsibility to lead our government. Guide them and all of us to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with you and one another. We ask this for the sake of your love. Amen. Amen. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you. Thank you for visiting us tonight. And I pray that those words pierce everybody's heart that's here listening tonight. So thank you. If you would, please stand and join me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Certainly, as we begin this meeting, our hearts and thoughts and prayers are still with those people throughout our country who are suffering because of the floods. So we'd ask that you keep particularly the people in Texas in your prayers this evening. All right, first order of business is to approve the minutes from the July 8th meeting. We've got a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Are there any edits or any questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Are there any opposed? All right, the minutes are received. All right, we've got a number of proclamations today. The first one is going to be received by Dr. Hiltz, Dr. Asante Hiltz. Is she here? Hey, Asante. It's for the Community Health Care Week, and it'll be presented by Counselor Huff. Nope.
There we go.
Makes it easier, doesn't it? Sorry.
As you all gather, I just like to thank you for all the work that you do. I've been with Valley Healthcare since 2011, and I've watched all the changes over the years into basically moving into the next generation of directors. So I appreciate all that's going on and continue what you're doing. For those that don't know, you provide a lot of services to the underserved, and no one knows it better than the people who receive it. So thank you all for that. And it's my pleasure to read this into the record. Whereas Valley Healthcare System Incorporated has been a pillar of our community, providing quality, accessible healthcare services to individuals and families regardless of their circumstances. Whereas Valley Healthcare System Incorporated is committed to improving health outcomes by offering comprehensive medical, dental, and behavioral health services to underserved populations. And whereas Community Health Week serves as an opportunity to recognize the vital role of community health centers in ensuring healthcare access and promoting wellness initiatives. And whereas Valley Healthcare System Incorporated has been instrumental in fighting health disparities by offering preventive care, health education, chronic disease management programs tailored to community needs. Whereas this observance acknowledges the dedicated healthcare professionals, staff, and volunteers who work tirelessly to provide compassionate and high-quality care to all individuals. And whereas it is essential to encourage community involvement, partnerships, and advocacy efforts to sustain and expand community-based healthcare initiatives. Whereas the City of Columbus joins in celebrating Community Healthcare Week and recognizes Valley Healthcare System Incorporated for its ongoing contributions to public health and well-being. Now therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim August 3rd through the 9th, 2025 as Community Healthcare Week.
That helps.
On behalf of myself, my staff, and our board chair, Carl Douglas, our vice board chair, Virginia Dickerson, and all of our other board members, we thank you so much for this opportunity. We also want to invite you all to come visit the health center at any time, but definitely during National Community Health Center Week. We will have our third annual 5K fun walk and race on Saturday, August 9th. You're all welcome to come, and we'll have a community block party. So we look forward to seeing you all, and thank you so much for the support.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. I'd like to ask all of you to come up so we can thank you individually and present the proclamation. We'll get it. Have you talked to them? Are you sure they want it? Okay. Well, I may put them on tonight. All right. All right, next we've got a proclamation. We've got a proclamation celebrating Winton Neighborhood Network. Jason Wade is here, along with a lot of the folks that have been putting a lot of sweat equity into some properties around here. This will be, this proclamation will be read by Counselor Anchor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for doing this and honoring them with this proclamation. I'd ask anybody who's a member of this Winton neighborhood, if that's all right, Mayor, to come
that's fine.
forward. It's a big group. They've done a lot in 40 years. And I think Jason's accepting this on behalf of the Winton Neighborhood Network from the mayor. There's a lot of representatives. Maybe after I read this, you can introduce a few of the key people, because it's a lot of churches and religious organizations that do a lot to serve our people for 40 years. Jason recently moved to our city, hadn't even been here that long, from Savannah. He's making a huge impact, and you read some of what the neighborhood is doing in the Winton neighborhood with all the youth coming to town a couple weeks ago. Thank you all for standing in the gaps. Thank you for being here, and I'll read this on behalf of our mayor. Thank you. This proclamation, going to the Winton Neighborhood Network Day. Whereas Columbus, Georgia, Muskogee County is making great strides to help families overcome food insecurity, there's still a vital need to continue this support and partner with local community organizations helping to eradicate food insecurity in our community. The Winton Neighborhood Network was established in 1985 as an interfaith organization aiming to address the immediate needs of individuals suffering from food insecurity and empower them towards self-sufficiency all throughout Columbus, Georgia, and Muskogee County area. The Winton Neighborhood Network will celebrate 40 years this year of serving Columbus, Georgia, and Muskogee County community, beginning in May of 2025. And whereas Muskogee County, as of 2023, still has over 36,000 families, or almost 18% of local residents, who are living in a daily struggle to provide healthy means to feed and provide for our children, adults, and older adults who are still heavily dependent on Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Programs, SNAP, and who has an annual food budget shortfall of over $26 million. And whereas the city, Columbus, Georgia, and Winton Neighborhood Network urge citizens to support the eradication of food insecurity by helping support through providing needed sustainable foods or monetary donations. And whereas the City Council of Columbus, Georgia supports the collaborative efforts of the Winton Neighborhood Network and partnering with the local congregations, and this is where the list is long. We appreciate all you guys standing here. Epworth United Methodist Church, Living Grace Church, Sharif Israel Synagogue, St. Matthew Lutheran Church, St. Paul Church, St. Thomas Episcopal Church, Temple Israel, and Winton Methodist Church. Now therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, proclaims Thursday, July 22nd, 2025 as Winton Neighborhood Network Day. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, as well as Councilman Anchor and all of the councilmen. Thank you so much for your support and your willingness to make aware amazing organizations that are willing to step into our community and make an impact. This organization has been here for 40 years, serving 25 families each day, as much as they can, and then also 555 families a month, which is almost 250,000 families over the 40 years. And so as we come here today as an interfaith organization, we're able to show not just Columbus, but also the world, how we can all work together to end this blight that is here in our community and communities around the world. I'm honored to have many members of the board from Winton Neighborhood Network, as well as the new president, Shelley Hill, that's here with us, as well as many of the pastors that serve at the 7 churches that are a part of our organization. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for many of you that have come out to serve, and we invite you Monday through Friday to come and be a part. You're more than welcome to come, help serve, meet our community, and allow them to know how valuable they are. It's not their fault that they're in this situation. We are finding a solution because that's what God has called us to do. So thank you for allowing us to get the recognition so more people can come and support the Winton Neighborhood Network. Thank you.
Jason, if you. If you don't mind, you've got all these folks here, if they could come give their name and maybe the
Definitely.
church they're affiliated with or whether they're on the board, just so people can see who is actually doing this work.
Sure. My name is Shelley Hill, and I'm with St. Paul Church, and I am the incoming president. Mary Lou Gerald is our current president, but she couldn't be here tonight. So thank you very much.
I'm Randy Autry. I'm a member of St. Paul Church, and I am the immediate past president of the network, and I also do a lot of the purchasing of food for the network. Thank you for your support.
I'm Suzanne Supple from Winton Methodist Church, and I'm vice president, have been for a long time. Thank y'all. We appreciate all of you.
Bill Wallace. I'm with St. Matthew's Lutheran Church. Been only with Winton for a couple months, but in those short months, I've seen all the great work they've done, and commend you guys for giving us this recognition.
I'm Claire Deal with Cherith Israel Synagogue, and I have been on the board for about 37 years and volunteered. So it's a wonderful organization, and thank you for the recognition.
I'm Susan Silverstein from Cherith Israel Synagogue. I have been on the board for a couple of years and very proud of what Winton Neighborhood Network does. Thank you for having us.
Hi, I'm Jackie Waldman from Temple Israel, and I'm on the board and a volunteer.
I'm Cindy Autry, St. Paul Church, and I am a worker bee.
I'm Grace Burton Edwards, rector at St. Thomas Episcopal Church, 2100 Hilton Avenue, which is where the food pantry is located. Thank you all.
I'm Betty Hips, and I've been associated with the Winton Neighborhood Network for about 15 years, and I serve now as the secretary of the board, and I am truly proud of this organization. It's a wonderful thing to be doing, and I am grateful to be part of it. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support.
Hello, I'm Ron Dixon and Living Grace Church, and I've only been on the board for a short time, but it's a fantastic thing to be associated with this organization. Thank you very much.
Elena Sperry from St. Matthew Lutheran Church. I'm a board member and also a utility volunteer. Thank you for having us today.
Taylor Burton Edwards, pastor at St. Matthew Lutheran Church. Grateful for the work of this council and very grateful for the work of this network over the years.
Well, thank all of you, Jason, for the work that you've done. We've got, I'm sorry, Counselor Huff? Uh-oh, hit it again. I turned it off. There we go.
I just wanted to mention, I couldn't go by, former Councilor Pop Barnes' daughter is sitting right behind you. I was introduced to the network by Councilor Barnes. He enjoyed working with you all, and we got caught up in redistricting. And the maps took him out, and he introduced me. He was the one that introduced me to the group. And I've watched you all do a lot of magic. But the most memorable times of my being is watching you provide housing for people to have homes for the first time. And just to come in and to see them do what they do to get the resources together and try to price things out and try to make it affordable. And it's been really, really wonderful watching what you do. So thank you all for all that you do, from the housing to everything else that you do. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Jason, if you would, y'all come around. Suzanne, y'all come around and let us shake your hand. Miss Suzanne?
How you doing?
I'm good, you all right?
Take your care.
I'm trying. How about you?
Yeah.
Thank you for all your work. Thank you, man. Thank you for your work in the community. Thank you, man. It's good to see you again. Good to see you. Susan. How are you? I'm glad you guys need to get some work out of me. All right, we mentioned earlier, we've got some champions in the house. Before we get to this next group, I failed to remind you or let you know, Counselor Tucker is with us. She's with us virtually. So she's gonna be casting votes, and she'll still be able to speak on any issues that she wants to address. So I just want to let you know that we do have a full house up here as well. Next, West Georgia Dixie baseball team. And Counselor Mayor Pro Tem Allen is going to read us. If we could get all the players and coaches to come up to the podium. It's okay, you can applaud.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a rare event where we have two different age group teams, both winning their respective state championships. We all know that teams don't get there by themselves, so we have, if we haven't already, if they're not up at the podium, the team moms for these teams to stand, the parents, the grandparents, the league supporters. If y'all could all stand so we can thank you for all your investment. I see some proud smiles out there. Mayor, it's a privilege to publish the proclamation, which reads as follows. Whereas West Georgia Dixie baseball has long served as a vital part of our community, providing youth with opportunities to grow through sportsmanship, discipline, and teamwork. And whereas on the weekend of June 21st to the 23rd, 2025, two teams representing West Georgia Dixie baseball, the 13U Junior Boys Division and the 14U Boys Division, competed in the DBB State Championship held in Washington County, Georgia. Whereas both teams went undefeated in their respective brackets, demonstrating exceptional skill, teamwork, determination, and sportsmanship. Whereas their outstanding performances resulting in both teams being crowned 2025 DBB State Champions. A historic dual victory for West Georgia Dixie baseball and the communities it represents. Whereas these young athletes, along with their dedicated coaches, families, and sport supporters, have brought pride and honor to the West Georgia region and now advance to represent the state of Georgia in the upcoming Dixie Baseball World Series. And whereas such accomplishments exemplify the positive impact of youth sports and reflect the values of perseverance, dedication, and community spirit, now therefore Mayor Skip Henderson of Columbus, Georgia does hereby proclaim Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025 as West Georgia Dixie Baseball Day.
not going to take up a whole lot of time, but I am going to say thank you to each and every one of you. This could not have happened without the coaches and the parents and the players showing up every day. We usually host the state tournament right here in Columbus, Georgia. This year it didn't happen. So I think they thought we were winning because we were at home. So it was glad to go away and show them that we still represent baseball in the 13 and 14 age group. So junior boys and girls and our boys division state champions right here.
Well, before you come around, let us just say how proud we are of you. And I mean, winning is one thing. Everybody wants to win. But it's the way you play the game, it's the way you win that makes us proud of you. So thank you so much for the honor that you brought on West Georgia. So thank you. Y'all come around and let us thank you.
I'm gonna give all of these to you. If you're short, you call my office. We'll get some. All right? Great job. Good job. Congratulations. There you go, guys. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job, guys. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Way to go. Good job, man. Good job. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. Very proud of you. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good to see you. Great job. Good job, guys. Great job. We'll meet you there. Yes, sir. Good job. Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
I said that was the express version. You didn't introduce them.
I know I started to, but I thought there's two teams.
Thank you.
What a special day when we get a chance to honor these young folks and by the way, the parents, because the parents and the coaches spend a lot of energy, time pouring into these young athletes, and we thank you for what you're doing with your young people. All right. Next is, we've got some more state champions. This time, the Columbus High School boys golf team. Coach Chris Parker and the Columbus High School boys, if they would come forward, come to the microphone. Counselor Garrett.
It's my pleasure to read this proclamation to the record. Whereas the Columbus High School boys golf team achieved an outstanding athletic accomplishment by winning the Georgia High School Association, GHSA, Class AA State Championship on May 19th through 20th, 2024 at Bull Creek Golf Course with an impressive 16-stroke victory. And whereas the championship team was comprised of dedicated and talented student athletes, Brooks Urquhart, Monty Thacker, Jay Patel, Ethan Pham, Boone Bickerstaff, Carl Tutton, and Blade Mann, each of whom contributed to this remarkable team effort. And whereas Brooks Urquhart distinguished himself as the individual state champion, shooting rounds of 64 and 73, and was further honored as the GHSGCA Player of the Year for his exceptional performance throughout the season. And whereas this championship marks the 14th state title in the history of the Columbus High School boys golf program, continuing a proud legacy of excellence and competitive spirit. And whereas the team's outstanding performance led to further accolades, with Brooks Urquhart, Monty Thacker, and Jay Patel being named to the GHSGCA Class AA All-State First Team, and Ethan Pham receiving honorable mention recognition. And whereas the efforts of the Columbus High School, in partnership with Bull Creek Golf Course and Maple Ridge Golf Club, not only support athletic excellence, but also generated significant economic activity, contributing tens of thousands of dollars in valuable tax revenue to the local community. Now therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025, as Columbus High School Boys Golf Team Day.
Coach Parker?
Yes, sir. Let me introduce the ones that were able to make it. We got one out of town, and one's already started early summer enrollment. Hold on. Scoot over a little bit. On the far end here, we have Blade Mann, be a rising senior. Next to Blade is Carl Tutton. He also will be a rising senior. This is Brooks Urquhart, your individual champion and player of the year. Mani Thakur, first team All-State, and Jay Patel, first team All-State. And Jay was our other senior, and Jay was accepted into the Mercer Medical Program as an incoming freshman, which is very nice to do.
Well, we're awful proud of what y'all have done. And Coach, I got to tell you, I've seen you and how hard you work at not just the coaching and the kids playing, but what you do behind the scenes and putting the tournaments together and getting everything ready. And it really shows off Columbus, Georgia. And to have these young men play as well as they did, we're very proud of all of you. Thank you for representing us. If you would come around, let us congratulate you individually. Good job. Great to see you. Great job. Great job. Good job. Dixie, I'll let you have these. Any more that you need, you'll call the office. Congratulations, Coach. That's fun, getting to recognize young people in our community that have excelled academically and athletically. It's makes it kind of a nice way to begin the meeting. I do have on my agenda one resolution. It's requesting a transition audit by the internal auditor. Motion and a second to approve. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And that transition audit will be at the Clerk of Council. So that's at the request of Clerk of Council as well. All right, we'll move on to the City Attorney's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We got a pretty short business agenda. Need a couple of votes up front on the lift assistance fees. It's ready for action.
Motion and second to approve. Any questions or comments to that item? All right, hearing none, if you'll put it on the screen, and council, if you would please cast your votes. Okay, and Councilor Tucker votes. Oh, is it on there? Okay, you're entering it? Okay. That's approved.
All right, next item, we need a vote on Chapter 11 amendment for batteries for powered bicycles, safety standards. It's ready for adoption.
Motion second to move item, approve item 2. Any discussion on that item? All right, hearing none, please put it on the screen. Councilors, you can enter your votes, please.
That passes. Okay, the next item, around the table, you should have a hard copy of a draft ordinance. This would amend the Columbus Code to prohibit camping on public property within Columbus. The U.S. Supreme Court had a case out of Oregon about a year ago, and they have said cities and counties can now regulate, prohibit camping on public property. And I think Counselor Crabb wants to make one small amendment, and then we can have discussion.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. On page 3, under F, we wanted to make a change that a minimum of 24 hours shall be allotted prior to such removal and transport of such property. That's to allow Public Works time to coordinate the pickup. And that is minimum. So it can take longer than 24 hours, but it can't be before 24 hours.
Can we get a motion on that
I
amendment?
make that motion.
All right, motion second to amend that item. Any discussion on that?
All right.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, that's amended.
Okay, now the ordinance has been discussed with Public Safety, Public Works, Pat Frey with the Homeless Network. It's up for any discussion or questions around the table. This type of ordinance is being passed and considered all across the country now during the past year in light of the court decision, but it's your discretion. You can discuss it.
We have, I think Ms. Salamine wants to speak to it. No, ma'am. Yeah, we see. You take your time. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
One of the tragedies of our time is a tremendous number of people who are unhoused because they can't afford the rents that real estate brokers, like number 5, might be charging them. And so I just really feel that Columbus is better than this, because this ordinance is about making it harder for people to survive in the open air. What the unhoused are starting to do is go into all of these abandoned houses. So in East Winton, there's a real problem with people squatting in abandoned housing. It is dangerous. So to set up an ordinance where you're gonna say now that people can't be in the open environment and enjoy it. I know about the Supreme Court decision, but not every city is doing what number 5 is recommending. It is a bit too much because you haven't done anything about adequate housing. You haven't done anything about poverty. And now you want to punish people for being unhoused and poor. That's what this ordinance is about, and we should be real clear about that. That's what it's about. Yeah, it is happening in cities around the country, but Columbus should be better than this. I urge you to vote no when the opportunity comes up. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
We've got another young lady. Yes, ma'am, you can come up. Just get you, if you would, to state your name and city of residence.
My name is Amy Borden. I am a resident of Columbus, Georgia. I had trouble getting a hold of the meeting agenda, so this is the first time I'm hearing of this legislation and did not have time to prepare all the statistics I would have liked. But in my work and volunteering, networking with nonprofits, again, I'm speaking as a private citizen who has been in several parts of the state, not in any employment or nursing capacity, but I have volunteered with a lot of organizations across the state that have seen firsthand how these homeless populations are impacted by crackdowns. And as discussed by the previous speaker, if you clear someone out from where they are camping and they have no home to go back to, it pushes them into a lot of other areas, whether that's abandoned housing, whether that's setting up another encampment. So even if you're concerned about sanitation or possible concerns, displacing a homeless camp can set someone back a long time. Maybe they lose their identification. Maybe they lose the belongings they started getting together. Maybe they lose their community. And when someone is trying to find stable housing, get a job, build themselves back up again, it would undo a lot of the work that I think Winton Neighborhood Network and other organizations addressing housing are going for. I also am concerned that even 24 hours may not be enough notice. If someone were to post a notice on your door of your house to evacuate in 24 hours, I'm guessing it would not be easy for you. And just because someone is homeless does not mean that they aren't struggling to find a network and resources. A lot of homeless shelters have waiting periods. A lot of these supplies can take time to move when you're organizing groups of people. So I know other towns and cities might give 48 hours notice, a week's notice, and even then it can be a struggle if you just push people out without an alternative. If you're concerned about sanitation, I know other cities and states have actually done models where they've set up sanitation centers, hand washing, to build community and safety in those areas, supervision in those areas, detailed communication with the residents so that you can provide a safe alternative to whatever area you're concerned about and still provide safety for the neighborhood. But just clear cutting people off the ground without a place to go to only has so many outcomes. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Quickly say
Counselor
something.
Crabb?
I'm sorry. Just for clarification, there is a process in motion now where the police department and the public works have been working together. This is just to help expedite some of these situations where, well, first of all, the police and then Pat Fry and her group are called in first to help facilitate placement for these unhomed. And that is the first option that they're given. They're told that they can't remain there, and here's some options for you. It's after they have chosen not to take any action is when action will be taken. And so it's not ideal that anybody is homeless, but we have to take the whole community into consideration. And so we do try to offer them somewhere else to be. But if they choose to stay on public property or on somebody's private property, this helps facilitate the police department and public works to do their job.
I just feel like this ordinance is a step towards criminalizing homelessness or being unhoused. So I agree with the prior speakers and urge you guys to vote no on this ordinance. We as a community, we can't say we care about unhoused individuals and then support something like this. You also have to be mindful, a lot of unhoused individuals have untreated or undiagnosed mental health issues. And so then what it sounds like this is going to lead to is them then being incarcerated. So you really have to think about, the whole picture. If we really care about unhoused individuals in this community, we can't sit here and praise an organization for helping unhoused individuals and helping people who struggle with food insecurity and then turn around and vote on an ordinance that criminalizes homelessness. It doesn't make sense. And we have to choose a side, and we have to be cohesive in the steps that we take in order to manage homelessness. And this is not it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other hands?
Counselor Tucker, I'm not sure how that's. Counselor Tucker, can you hear us? All right, we'll come back to her. Counselor Hickey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I just had a question for number E, where it says that, they will get a warning and I guess the second time, if they fail to comply, they will be arrested. My question and concern is the impact that this may have on our county jail with the sheriff. Are these charges that, when we're charging people, are we incarcerating them, or are we giving them principal summonses? How's that spelled out? Do you know, can anybody answer that for
I
me?
can tell you what happens in regular situations. If the jail is full, they will issue them a summons. They'll
Okay.
come in, get fingerprinted, and their picture taken, but then they'll be released with a summons to appear back in court.
In court, okay. Okay, principal summons. Okay.
Counselor Crabb?
Mr. City Attorney, do we need to change that language? Because I do remember in that conversation where the police chief said that he doesn't arrest that is, I don't know that.
Yeah, he has the
He said
latitude
he
to issue a
booked them.
summons.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Does he have the latitude with this
Yeah,
wording?
he has the
To issue a
discretion,
warning.
even though the word arrest is used, he can issue a principal summons.
Okay.
Says may be arrested, so that includes all of that.
Okay, because that's what I understood, that he
Right, that's what he
wasn't
said
putting them
the
in
other
jail.
day.
Yeah. And I
Okay.
misspoke. I didn't mean that his discretion is to issue a summons. His discretion is to issue a warning. So
Okay.
it's not, and listen, the main thing, this is such a hard subject to work with, trying to find that balance, because we are not working to criminalize homelessness. We have organizations that we work very closely with to try to provide resources for people that are unhoused. And there are a lot of folks that, if they are living on the streets for right now, we can get them help. We take them to organizations, and we try to utilize resources in our community to try to put them in temporary housing, and then try to create some methodology of getting them the ability to go into some home that they can live in permanently, depending on their situation. There are some individuals that are encountered regularly that it sounds hard to wrap your mind around, but they don't. A very small group don't want to be housed. They like living off the grid. Most of these folks, and it's awful, most of them suffer with mental illness, or they suffer some type of addiction. Those individuals, we work very hard to try to get them in some type of program to help them rehabilitate themselves if they are dealing with a drug issue. If they're mental health issues, we have partners that help us try to address that as well. So we're not going out trying to find people and shake them down, get them off the street. That's not it at all. What we're trying to do is the people who need help, we're trying to get them to the help so that they can get off of the streets. So that's what I took away from our meeting, and I just wanted to make that comment. Counselor Hickey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank you for, sharing that information, because I think it's very important that the message that we're sending is that we're not trying to go out and criminalize homeless people. And I would just like to make sure that Chief Mathis have all the information that his officers need. I mean, that the police department, when they're out here answering 911 calls, they have their hands full with a lot of different things. And I just want to make sure that they're equipped to have the information to give to the homeless people when they come upon them, and then also to be able to share with them maybe brochures or contact information, with some of these local agencies, and I'd just like to see that we have a stronger public-private relationship with all of these entities that are out here willing to help with the people that don't have a place to stay. because, as you mentioned, it's a real hard subject, you know, for everybody. And I know that, you know, but I just think that we want to make sure that the police department is equipped with all the resources that they need to share the information. And let's place strong emphasis on the fact that we're not out here to just arrest people and put them in jail. You know, let's work with them and help them and see what we can do for them.
And the police do a pretty good job of that. They've actually got a team that's sort of a task force that goes out and meets the homeless network out there, and they try to work collaboratively to find a way to get them some type of resource.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, thank you. Counselor Tucker? Lindsay?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and I just wanted to echo what you just said, Mayor. It's actually Sergeant Katina Williams and her team, and they do not arrest. They actually work with the individuals. We had an incident on Victory Drive where it was two camps there and also across the street. And they worked with Pat, and Pat Frey came out and they individually helped. You have to give wraparound service. I know Councilor Hickey works with New Horizon. One of my fields is working with the homeless population and definitely homeless veterans. So they don't go out there and arrest. They go out there and provide the actual services that they need. This is not an inhumane process. It's actually a humane process because we have that point in time count with Pat. She knows where these individuals are, and we're trying to reach them where they are and give them the services that they need. And I appreciate Councilor Crabb for actually putting this out there because we do have to. I know in Shirley B, we have some individuals that, encamp, not just in Shirley B, but also Frank Chester's and other locations as well. And you have to be mindful of patrons that's in that park walking, older ladies, kids. So we all have to live here. And I think it's good for safety. And I appreciate Sergeant Katina Williams and Chief Mathis, the team, and Pat Frey for what they do. You call them, they go out, and they actually provide the services. Not one time have I seen anybody get arrested unless they was combative or doing something illegal. And unfortunately, we have those things that go on too in these encampments. So, but for the most part, people who are, legally doing things, they're being helped. And even the ones that was doing something illegal, Sergeant Katina Williams was helping them on the weekend. So I don't think this is a bad thing. This is just making sure that we take care of, all of our citizens.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Counselor Crabb?
Thank you. People are mentioning the police department and Pat Frey and other groups that work with homeless. I want to acknowledge Public Works and the two deputy city managers. We met with all of them, and Public Works is a big part of this this situation because they're the ones who have to come in and clean up the mess that's left behind. And they have to coordinate all of this. And so I want to shout out to them also because it is a combined effort between all of these departments and these nonprofits that are trying to get ahead of a problem that's before it really gets exacerbated and out of hand. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be proactive and do it with dignity and do it with honor and give them the options that, and then at the end of the day, it's their decision what they want, where they want to be.
Counselor Chambers?
Yes, I just wanted to add, all homeless people I mean, some just fall on hard times. Don't necessarily mean that they are bad individuals. And I just think that we need to figure out a way to come up with some permanent, supportive housing, long-term housing, and look at ways to expand our emergency shelters and transitional housing. And last but not least, figure out how we can expand affordable housing and supportive housing. But I wanted to add that because, I've had an opportunity to meet with a lot of homeless people, and they just needed an opportunity to find a job, educational training. So I don't want us to leave here thinking that all homeless people are bad people or do drugs or anything like that, because that's not the case. So we just got to figure out how we can expand on affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, if you
Hey,
would state
Mr.
your...
Skip Henderson.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. If you would
Hey,
state your name
everybody.
and,
How y'all doing?
state your
I'm
name and
Charlotte
your county.
Nicole Grant. I was just saying, you might be right about the housing, but the resources out there, some just like to be homeless. You know what I mean? It might be their comfort level, so. But the resources out there. Mr. Skip Henderson,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just come to tell you, I got to tell you right now, people putting them signs up for the school's on signs. The kids need the school zone signs, and they put them up this small. We can't see them. They got them hiding behind the trees. They leaning to the left. We just need the signs correct for our school zone for the kids to go to school and be safe and sound. Please.
We'll get with our
They did
engineers
it on
and get them
purpose.
done.
They put the signs that big,
Okay.
like that.
We'll take care of it.
All right, y'all
Thank
have
you.
a good one.
Thank
I
you,
see
ma'am.
y'all
You
later.
too. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Anthony Johnson. I'm understanding, I'm hearing everything that's going on, and I do think that the council's intentions are well-intended, but I think that the end game, I'm big on the end game, and I want everybody to understand is that I think their end game is not going to come to the result that is expected. I deal with homeless people every week when it comes to criminal justice system. And to answer your question, Councilman Hickey, it is absolutely gonna cause an increase in the jail. There's no question about it. I understand what your mayor is saying is about as far as the principal summons, which is in law enforcement discretion, but how it works in practice is that if you have any individual, whether that's me standing up here or a homeless person who comes before the court, and the new state law is that if that person has a bench warrant, then the court cannot give them an unsecured judicial release. That means they can't release them without some form of compensation being paid to somebody, normally a bondsman or directly to a jail. I haven't met a homeless person who is able to meet that requirement yet. And that's in doing over a decade of criminal defense. And so ultimately, while we're here and academically and on paper, it sounds very nice, but your effect, especially long-term, you are absolutely positively criminalizing homelessness, whether you want to or whether that's in your intention or not. And so, and I understand that, I guess the best way that I can say it is that it is on the list as far as the mental health and the drug treatment, because the overwhelming majority of homeless people that I deal with actually have a dual diagnosis or dual issues with both. They have some form of a mental health issue, and because of that, they have decided to try to self-medicate in whatever form or fashion that they can, even if sometimes the resources are, in our view from the outside looking in, readily available, and for whatever reason, they cannot seem to get it just right to get to those resources. And so I understand that once again on the surface level, but in my opinion, it is not a priority. It's just simply not. And it is not just on the city aspect, but I'll go even a step further and say on the statewide. I mean, I read in the news where Safe House is cutting down their day center. That was as of yesterday, as of today, that is a huge, huge resource for those that are homeless. What are we gonna do to fill that gap? Chaplain Neil Richardson has been working with that population longer than I've been practicing and does an exceptional job. He is a professional at what he does. And so unless we are going to find some way, whether that be financially or in our time, to fill that gap, we are without a doubt criminalizing homelessness. And so we may reach a point of where I think this ordinance may be appropriate, but I think that point is gonna be when we've done the work ourselves, when we said, hey, these are the facilities that we have available. This is what we can and cannot do. These are the investments that we can and cannot make. And so after that, I think the vote has to be no. And not saying that it can't be done ever, but what we have right now, we just don't have enough information, because the information that we have says that we're doing the wrong thing. So, thank you.
Mr. Johnson, thank you, because I know you do a lot of work with the homeless in your practice, in your law practice. And what I would do is challenge anybody watching this who sees this young man trying to do what he can to help this population, get in a fight. Because right now across, not just the state of Georgia, but across the country, the biggest, without a doubt, the biggest challenge.
If you want to meet some good people, come with me.
Biggest challenge is homeless/housing. Because we've got people who are being forced into homelessness, and they make $30,000 a year, $35,000 a year. And it's trying to find affordable housing. So it's a big challenge. It's gonna take all of us to try to get through that. So I wanna thank you for doing your part.
Thank you.
Councilor Kogel?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Hey, do we know, or can we get an accurate number from maybe Pat Frey on how many homeless, like the homeless that you referenced, Mr. Mayor, of the people who just don't want to be housed? Can we get an accurate number or a ballpark number on how many individuals we're actually referring to?
Short answer, I don't know. I'll ask Ms. Frey, and she does a pretty good job of being able to take a census of those individuals, all different sub-constituencies, so we'll ask her to get that. I bet she's got it where she can put her hands on it.
I'd be interested in knowing if we're dealing with like 10 people or if we're dealing with hundreds of people. So I think that would be good to know.
Mr. Lawrence, your name,
Yes,
please.
sir. Mayor Mark Lawrence. I represent the veteran resources for those that are homeless. I am just one person in the network, and we have a growing population of those veterans who are homeless. There's many campsites along the interstate. They are moving towards the interstate. We see them. And one of the things that has been a concern to me is that when you get a lot of people together and it's hot and it's just not comfortable for them, they begin to fight. We know we're having fights more in the camps. And I see that some of them maybe are locked up. I don't know about that, but I do know that we need to look into the organizations. You mentioned Neil Richardson, what they are doing at the Safe House. Many other missions are doing work, but I think what my point would be is that we look at the justice side, try to be very humane to them. And I know we're all humane, but we need to look at them and see that if we take some apartments that the city may have taken into their possession, land banking or whatever, and make housing for those that are underprivileged. There are a lot of veterans like me who deal with serious issues, and they may receive checks every month, but they don't get them. Maybe for family situations, whatever. They receive income, but they don't receive their income. And you may have to look through that to see what I'm talking about, but you see so many that have served in Vietnam and other wars that just don't receive their right due. And I think it would be purposeful if the city would just look into something that say, not just veterans, but I'm talking about the homeless population, and say, well, this is something that we may need to do. Take, for instance, Mr. Hicks said that they're displaced and they may move from one place. I think he was saying that they might be displaced from one place where they are setting up camp at and move to another camp. They may be on Victor Drive and move to North Veterans. They don't have a mailing address. So if they were picked up and they get a summons, who's gonna get the summons? You're gonna see him in jail because we got a bench warrant for you, just like Mr. Johnson said. You got a bench warrant for you because you didn't show up to court. Now what happens? And we taking care of this person that need medical care, this person that need other things. So I would just suggest, just being a person that want to see civil rights for everyone, that we would look into making a purposeful home. Let Columbus be one of the first places, the city of in the city or state of Georgia, that would provide homes for those that are displaced. For whatever reason it is, let us be one that would make a mark in this country that say, well, we are listening and we do see those that are in need. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am.
Counselor Crabb?
Do we have 3 weeks before our next meeting? Or is it, or do we have a work session next? But we wouldn't,
I think we do have 30.
but
Work
this
session's
wouldn't be
next
on
week.
second reading for another 3 or 4 weeks?
3, I guess.
3 weeks. In the meantime, I'll meet with the chief of police to talk about maybe the criminal aspect of it, to kind of avoid, see how we can work around that. And a couple of the other items that were brought up tonight. So we'll have, this has been really good. This is why I wanted it on first reading pretty quickly, so that we could get some input and we could work on some of the, small details. We started out working on the small details with, with the police chief, with Public Works, different things like that within the city government. And then we wanted input from the citizens and from council. Now we can come back and tweak it some more and bring it back, and we can just keep on working on it.
Right, and the clerk's correct. Clerk was announcing, the work session is next week, but we don't intend to bring this back without objection until the second meeting in August.
Yes, I'd appreciate that. Then we have time to work on this a little bit more. Thank you.
Pastor?
Michael Sherman, I'm the pastor of the Winton Hill Baptist Church in East Winton. Our community oftentimes we find ourselves in our church often dealing with homeless. There's not any particular week I can't walk around my campus and they're taking shelter there. The easy way is to tell them to move. But Jesus teaches us, when I was a stranger, you took me in. The lesson of that, and most of us know that, is that instead of just putting ordinances up to handle one issue, you need to handle the need. Because if you make a homeless man leave from the porch of Winton Hill, he's just gonna move to the next place. If you cite him, he's gonna eventually end up in jail. I'm a former chaplain at the jail. Our jail is full of people who have that same issue. And then I've heard the thing about mental health, and many of them have mental health. Many of them are down on their luck. What I would suggest is, while I understand that it is an issue, especially in public places, even with private owners, I think we need to also look at a solution before we start putting out things, because what you're saying is not criminalizing. It may not be the intent, but you always will have some who will push the issue way further than what it needs to go. There has to be some compassion within our city. There has to be some compassion, because you have to ask yourself, how would I want them to treat me if I just happen to fall down on hard times? And let's be honest, hard times is just a moment away. I don't care what your stock portfolios are. I don't care what your 401k is. One crash of the market, you can be out. One bad moment, you can be out. How would you want to be treated if it's you? How would you want to do? What are the steps that you're going to take to help people once you discover the people there? Because I've been doing this a long time, 28 years of pastoring. And I've seen this, and I've always pastored in this city for 10 years. I've always pastored in the lower socioeconomic areas, heart-driven areas. I've seen it a lot. And just as Councilman Chambers said, some people just down on their luck. They're just down, and they're just a moment away. Some people have had some bad things. You've got some people who've dealt with drug addictions. There's nobody I know who don't have somebody within their ranks, within their circle, who's not dealing with mental health, who's not dealing with economics, who's not dealing with some drug issues, and maybe, like you say, it's just that mother who just lost her job, who just got evicted, who's trying her best to make it. To cite them, to ask them to move, where you gonna put them? They're gonna pack up their stuff, go to another place. You're gonna cite them again. And eventually in the system, it's gonna go across the radio. This person's been cited 3, 4 times. We're gonna start trespassing them. But if not, because I'm sitting back there listening, and I'm thinking, the city has so much property, there's so many vacant places, so many different homes and housing facilities that have been shut down, sitting vacant. Why can't we put together grants? Why can't we partner with people who have things and say, listen, can you house even give them so much time to get back on their feet? Granted, everybody don't want to do right, everybody don't want to do well. But for those who are trying, give them a chance. Let's extend that. But Jesus said, when I was a stranger, you took me in. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was hungry, you fed me. The only way you can do that, you got to receive them, not push them. I would say to vote no now, but plan on how you're going to do it so you can involve entities like what you've heard, churches that want to help, so that we can be a part of it, be part of the solution, not just fix a problem, but give an alternative answer. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Kogel?
Councilor Krapp, I would like to have some more discussion over it because I think that maybe there is a solution with some of the community care funds that we have, and maybe we can be a little bit creative on how we can address the issue rather than move forward with, if we have to move forward with this ordinance, maybe it's there, but I think that it does warrant a lot more discussion and possibility of being a little bit creative with our community care fund, especially since Chief Scarpa has some of those trucks, and we funded that in the past budget. So that I think if we bring him into the conversation, bring Chief Mathis into the conversation, maybe there's a solution within this ordinance that makes a little bit more sense going forward. So I certainly welcome the further discussion in the next 3 weeks.
Okay, that seems to be all the questions.
All right, the plan is, unless you want a longer period, to bring it back in 3 weeks on second reading. There can be more discussion at that time. All right, Mayor, I'm gonna call the next 3 items together. These are resolutions authorizing extension of waterworks loans from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Loan, Georgia Environmental Finance Authority. I think Ms. Martinez may be here from the waterworks, but 2 of these go to February 1/27 and 1 will go to November 1/26. If they're all ready for adoption.
All right. Is there a motion to approve? Is that for all
4, 5, and 6.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve items 4, 5, and 6. Any discussion on those items? If you would, put it on the screen, and council, remember, you vote one time, but it'll be for all 3 items. Okay, that's approved. All of those are approved. Thank you, Brittany. Appreciate y'all being here.
Thank y'all. Mayor, we need to take a hard break at 7 p.m. for an executive session on potential litigation and real estate acquisition and disposal. That's all we've got.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead with the public agenda and get as far as we can until 7 o'clock for the executive session. All right, on the public agenda, please remember you'll have 5 minutes, and we'll try to be polite about it, but we'll have to cut you off right as close to 5 minutes as we can. And if you want to come back, if you need another 3 minutes at the end of the meeting, you can come back and you'll have another 3 minutes to finish your topic. First is Mr. John Michael Watford, representing Mike Watford, RE Mud Buildup on Roaring Branch. Mike, how are you?
Good, Council. Do I need to pass out these?
If you give them to the clerk, she'll pass them out for you.
If I've got those right, you should be able to just side by side.
Mr. Watford, for the record, if you would state your name and your address.
My name's Mike Watford. Do what? Address 5653 Cascade Court. I just had an issue here with the silt and the mud in the slough there behind my house. I haven't been able to get an answer out of anybody about what could be done, who needs to do it or anything else, and that's the reason I'm here. I don't know if anybody here or on the council or in the audience or on TV knows anything about this, but I've got a whole 2 pages of people that I've talked to for 2 years, and I just can't seem to get an answer out of anybody. And that's the reason I'm here.
Deputy City Manager, I know because I know, Mike, I went by there and looked at it to try to get an idea of what it looked at, and it's a mess.
Now, that picture there, they go together, but that's in probably in the winter time. It's not always that bad, but it's pretty bad all the time, but it's not quite that bad. I've talked to Georgia Power, I've talked to EPA, the EPD, the Riverkeeper, everybody. And everybody just says, we don't know anything about it. And that's
Yes,
simple.
sir. So the lake does belong to Georgia Power.
Right.
So they would control any work that's done in the lake. So you can work with them to dredge the lake or.
I've had 2 Georgia Power people come out, nobody tells me anything, they pass it on.
So let me get your contact information from the clerk and I'll provide you a contact person at
Okay.
Georgia Power. Because it is not a city property that we can control.
Okay, does anybody know if this has ever occurred before? Has there been any dredging or anything done in the past?
Not that I'm aware of, other than
I
at
don't know of any.
Lake Oliver for the city property that's at Lake Oliver, but I'm not aware of any work that the city's done in the lake.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I think I've talked to Mr. Watford before about this matter, but it is true that area has been a problem for a long time just by nature. Certainly on these pictures, I know the water's down in the lake in the pictures, but it is there, and even when the water's up, you can still see the sandbar. We did have funds at one time. They were exhausted, but they had dredging. Folks that did dredging, it's hard to find those folks now, to be honest with you. I don't even know if they even exist in this area, but we used our last bit of funds, a while back to dredge all that. It just was not enough to do that. They did go in there and they cleaned out the channel and they went as far as they could, but there's areas that were missed. This area was dredged, but it's still the mouth of a creek going into the river. And I guess you could probably make the case that with a lot of the construction going on up around Bradley Park and other areas, it's been known to flood. It's been known to the water to get really, really high. Brookstone School complains about all the time. It goes up on their facility all the time. The water just flies through there, and we have this problem around the city, but that's the mouth, and that's where it usually ends up, and that's where it just, you know, just piles up. The only thing that can be done there would have to be funds from somebody somewhere to be able to do it. And you've got a lot of people along that river that call me all the time with the same issue. And the problem we're gonna have is that we do it for one area, we're gonna have to look at doing areas. It's a lot of money. And I can't sit here.
I understand that.
Well, excuse me, sir. I can't tell you how much it's gonna be, but it is a lot of money. But the gentleman is right, it's a problem. I don't know when the property was acquired, but it's a problem all through there. It's not going away. Matter of fact, it's probably gonna get worse. But at some point in time, you know, someone's gotta address the issue in order to deal with it. And it's just a burden for the citizens. It's a burden for their docks, their boathouses and things like that all along. There's several people that have been affected by it. But I don't know of any funds, Mayor. The last time it was dredged, they used the last bit of funds, I think was in the spots a while back. I think Deputy City Manager Arrington was around at that time, and that's been quite a while back. But the funds were used, it was dredged, and then they came back and exhausted all the rest of the funds until there were no more funds. But then, you know, the issue of having to dredge it out and where to put it and then haul it away, it's a challenge. I mean, it's a challenge. But like Deputy City Manager Hodge said, if Georgia Power owns the river, and in theory, you know, they're a publicly traded company, if that is something that they can do or they have a history of doing, then I think they ought to be a part of the equation. But I don't know of them doing it for anybody else. Matter of fact, they lower the river once every 2 years, or they lower the river so people can go in and do their work. They give them the right to do that. Georgia Power has to give them the right to do that. They give them the right, but they require them to go in and do the work, and that's usually what they do. So it's complicated, but the truth of the matter is you'd have to find a dredging company and then funds, and then somebody's gonna have to cover those funds. So that's where we're at. That's about as clear as I can get on the whole matter.
Well, I've got a dredging company that's already came out and looked at it, but I shouldn't be footing the bill for trash and silt and clogging up the slough. It's not my river. And all of that's coming down from Bradley Park Drive. I've walked the whole thing. I've got 100 pictures of things that are going on up there, but the EPA says, or EPD says, they don't see anything going on. They needed to correct a few things here and there to keep the sand from running down in the creek. But I mean, that's where it all comes from.
Mhm.
I mean, I've been taking pictures for 2 years, and I don't understand why they'll give me a permit to dredge the river. That's not my river.
Mhm.
And I live on the water. I don't live Riverview. I live on the water. Even though it's not much, it's still on the water. And I'm just trying to figure out how we can, you know, the whole slough doesn't need to be dredged. We just need to be able to navigate.
Mike, let's start here. Let's get the contact, maybe it's a different contact out of Georgia Power. And I think Counselor Davis's memory's pretty good, but let's at least try that and see what Georgia Power says about it if we can get you in touch with the right folks.
Yeah, like I said, I've had 2 inspectors come out, and they both told me that they would look into it, get in contact with the right person. I never heard back from them, so I don't know what's going on with that.
We'll get you in touch. Okay. So if you've got, I'll ask Josh to get your number. I think I've got it, but I'll ask him to get your number and, we'll get it to you.
That's all I gotta say. We just want to try to find out how to get it straightened out.
All right, thank you.
You want to keep those, or you want me to take them back?
You can come get them if you want them. I've seen it.
And Mayor, may I add something? I might have left out a little information.
Okay.
But you know, there was a time that do you remember when the water tanks exploded, or?
I do.
You
Water
remember,
king.
okay. All that water went down into the marina. All that debris, it was basically a mudslide. All that stuff went out into the river in that area. And that's not the first time. I think if you look at the history, it's happened before, and that's how those funds got put into a splots to clean up a long time ago. And it was cleaned up. I mean, it was cleaned up at various stages, but there was, I want to say $4 or $5 million that was left in there, and it was exhausted, and they went in there and dredged until they ran out of money, basically, and that's pretty much what happened. And but you go back, the slough that runs back by the Big Eddie Club, way back, and Standing Boy back there. You go back there, I get people calling me all the time about the same thing, about the buildup back there, and it's an issue depending on where you're at in the lake. It could be worse than others, but it's an issue in the river, and it's not going away, and it probably will continue for history. But the gentleman makes he's right. I mean, it's a problem right there at the mouth of the creek. I think that's Roaring Branch Creek that comes through there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, man. We'll get the information, the contact numbers for you. All right, we are at the 7 o'clock hard stop for an executive session, and what we'll do is we'll pick the public agenda back up as soon as we get finished with the public agenda. I'm sorry, the executive session. It's for two different items. One is for litigation, and one is for real estate acquisition and disposal. So I need a motion. Our motion second to go in executive session. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank y'all for your patience. We'll be through as quickly as we can. We are back in regular session. We have been in executive session. We discussed real estate and litigation, and there were no votes taken. We'll move back to our regular agenda. And first, please accept my apologies and my thanks for your patience as you waited for us to get through that piece of the evening. All right, next up on the public agenda is Mr. Ladarius Colbert and Dr. Jaquitra Bryant, representing New Black Order LLC, and Dr. Jaquitra Bryant, coaching and speaking. I need that right now. Okay, would you hit your light right there on there? Let me get that turned on for you.
Do it?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
It did.
All right, so it's just myself, Dr. Jaquitra Bryant. And so I first just wanted to talk about, it really ties into earlier when we were talking about the unhoused people. And so I did a lot of research. So a little bit of background about me. So I'm a researcher, a professional counselor, a huge advocate for justice reform. And in my research, I do a whole lot of numbers crunching all the time. And so some of the number crunching I've done is just on what's going on within the city of Columbus. And so I think the question earlier was like, how many people are like unhoused? And I think that's really interesting because we should know that if we're living inside of the city, not just me as a researcher, if we care about our individuals. So I looked up the number, and there's like 211,000 people, probably more in Columbus. And of that population, actually about almost 100,000 are in poverty. And as you know, numbers are continuing to rise when it comes to inflation, everything that we need from groceries, everything, our gas, everything is rising, and that affects it. And that makes more people in poverty, which is gonna affect more people unhoused. But something I found that was even more interesting is the number of people that are impoverished actually mostly live in South Columbus. And those people that live in South Columbus continue to be ignored for everything that they need, from good school systems to safe neighborhoods to, I heard someone on another agenda discuss the trash not equally being picked up. And I think that one of the things I've seen by living in District 7 is I've seen a continuation of just building up from breweries to new coffee shops and nothing on the South Side. And if we look at our South Side numbers, our schools are impacted, not only that, our roads, and that's where our police are spending a lot of time. And I think it's just really inhumane to not think that, like, this side of town, which makes up majority of your population of the whole Columbus, and they have the highest number of impoverished, continue to, like, get ignored. And so I just think that that's something to, one, to take notice of, and to not think that we're talking about one set of people that live on one side of town and not all of Columbus, particularly South Columbus, who make up majority of the impoverished people. And also, whenever we are making decisions, such as yourself, or decisions that have to go beyond, that again, that you are representing everyone, not representing just a certain side of town or just one neighborhood. And these things do impact not only the education system, that's an example, but they also impact when people are unhoused, because that impacts if they are constantly being incarcerated. And so if they're being incarcerated, then they're gonna that's gonna impact housing situations. Like, everything just goes together. And again, I guess my biggest issue is I feel like there is a disservice that's done to a set of people. And majority of the people that live in Columbus make up like African American, Hispanic. But I feel like the people that get represented, or not represented, people that get unrepresented are those individuals. And whenever there are meetings and whenever there's issues that are being discussed, it's not really about how can this set be helped. It's more, no, we want to make more development. No, we want to make more this because our city needs to look grander or bigger. But if someone is trying to get groceries and they can't afford groceries because inflation is up or because there is no jobs, then who the heck cares about something new that's a new development if they're trying to live? And I just say that if you're going to be a representative, then you need to represent everyone who lives within the city of Columbus, not just a set that's popular. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Kogel?
Thank you, Ms. Bryant, for coming. Hey, I would like to personally invite you to, we have an Oakland Park Neighborhood Watch meeting on Monday, and it is at, that's at Asbury Methodist Church, and that starts at 6:15. That's something that we do on a monthly basis, and we discuss a lot of the concerns that are going on in Oakland Park, specifically the South Columbus part of District 7. And the other date I think would be of interest to you is we will be having an all hands on deck cleanup or a bus ride that we've been doing for the last couple years, and that will be on October 16th. After it is not so blazing hot and we can actually get outside and clean up. And so the week prior, or the week after, I guess, that date is when the neighborhood, specifically Oakland Park, will be having a concerted effort to clean up that neighborhood and work with the city, Beautification Columbus, and really pay attention to a lot of the concerns that are in that particular neighborhood. There are other dates that are being set for other parts of District 7. I'm sure you're well aware that there are like 4 or 5 different pockets of District 7, and they all operate very, very differently. And the last thing, I do think coming into 2026 and beyond, with the streetscape of South Lumpkin Boulevard, or South Lumpkin Boulevard Street, right? Boulevard. I always get the two mixed up. But South Lumpkin Boulevard, I think that will be a drastic catalyst to attracting new businesses to South Columbus, and connecting the gateway between Benning Road, South Lumpkin Boulevard, and whatever the strip street between the two at the roundabout at South Lumpkin. And so looking ahead and looking at the big picture, that is going to make a big impact as far as economic growth, as far as new jobs. It's just taken a little bit of time to get that catalyst running because it is T-SPOS money. So I'm happy that is going to be rolling here in the next year or so, and that will be something that you'll want to keep your eye on as well.
Deputy City Manager Hodge.
Yes. I just also wanted to add to what Councilor Kogel was stating. We have over $1.2 billion of projects going on in the city. 373 million of that 1.2 billion is in South Columbus. So there are a lot of projects that the city is investing in through the votes of the public for road projects, for infrastructure projects, from Brennan Road to Andrews Road to Casita Road to South Lumpkin, all over South Columbus, but all over our city. But the majority from a distribution perspective is in South Columbus. So there is an effort to update the infrastructure in South Columbus. Also, as part of the SPLOST that was done in 2021, $9 million was set aside for economic development activities with a focus in South Columbus. So there is an effort to create jobs as well in South Columbus.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Anker.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the concern and heart. We've talked a lot about poverty. We've talked a lot about our neighborhoods and our districts and trying to keep people educated. And, you know, I think we all do want the same thing. And even though homelessness is hard to talk about, you know, one thing that affects housing is property taxes and cost. And inflation has a root cause, the way, if you study macroeconomics and maybe get into some micros, but taxes passed down to the citizen are painful. And there's a different mindset. One time I came to council and pled 5 years ago about our property taxes, about our millage, about the way we were spending money. And this is mostly for the upcoming year. When we look at our budget and the way it affects our citizens, we have to look at the total bill of how we are spending our money. And when we spend money in these different areas and we can help and lift people up and give them jobs, that's a big deal. I have 4 facilities in Columbus, and they're spread out between 3 different council facilities, and 3 of them are on Casita Road. I do see the effects of high gas, high rent, hard cost of living. And I'm feeling that as a business owner. I think it's very relevant also that we pay attention to this in the upcoming year in our budget. I'm saying it now because I've been sitting here, I didn't want to say it because it sounds uncompassionate. I'm very proud of our employees. I'm very proud of lifting people up and trying to help them get higher jobs and move on to even better jobs. And anybody who wants to come to our facility, I welcome you also. We did a life skills, we're doing a life skills class tomorrow for 7 people. I'm starting another seminar. I don't want to get on a soapbox and talk about it, but the main point that I want to make is that the money we spend as a city has effect that is passed down to our lowest of the low citizens. And I'm mindful of that, and that's one reason I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, Mr. Atlantic Coal, representing Coal's Towing and Recovery, regarding request for reconsideration. Mr. Cole, if you'd hit the button on that microphone, I'll get the light, I'll get it turned on for you. And just start with your name and your address.
My name's Jonathan Cole. I don't know where Atlantic Cole came from, but my name's Jonathan Cole, and good evening to the council members. I'm here to represent Cole's Towing and Recovery. I'm simply here to ask for just one simple thing, an internal audit of the 2025 towing contract process. Why this matters, in 2019, the city's internal audit, Exhibit C, which is in your folder, found that the then and current vendor failed to meet response times, overcharged citizens, damaged vehicles per direct complaints from Columbus Police Department, which you will find an exhibit in the audit. The audit led to a major change, a required rotation system to prevent monopolies. That's Exhibit A. Fast forward to 2024. The towing contract was re-advertised. It's only advertised every 5 years. Only 2 companies bid, Cole's Towing and the current vendor, the same vendor that was cited in the 2019 audit. Despite their record, they received the full contract. No rotation, no shared access. Even worse, the vendor was given 5 bonus points for a quote-unquote above and beyond performance. That's in Exhibit D, on the very contract where they were cited for violations. That contradicts the city's own audit. That's in Exhibit C also. It's still happening. The same vendor is currently charging citizens rates above what the contract allows. That's in Exhibit E. Compare that to the actual authorized rates in Exhibit F. The process was flawed. Councilwoman Toya Tucker contacted the police chief during the process, a clear procurement violation. When Councilwoman Kogel asked if a rotation was in place, Finance Director Angelica Alexander said no. That was false, and the record proves it. That's Exhibit A. The city's own legal counsel, outside counsel, not Mr. Clifton Fay, Page and Scranton, recommended adding Cole's Towing to the contract. That's in your Exhibit B. The advice was paid for by taxpayers and ignored. And when asked why, throughout the protest, the only explanation we got was, it's in the best interest of the city. Meanwhile, we also serve the city. We stepped in where the current vendor failed when Toya Tucker had an issue with truck parking at the Buena Vista Road Walmart. She contacted me to clean it up because the current vendor didn't have the space nor the equipment to do it. Also, at the post office across the street, you'll see Cole's Towing signs just like you do in your parking lot here. We offer our yard to fire and EMS for training free of charge. They come to my facility, I provide them cars, I let them cut up and teach rookies extrication processes. We operate at a 30% lower cost, saving taxpayers money. Trust me, I'm not asking for the contract. We're asking for transparency, an internal audit to answer 6 questions. Why was the rotation model ignored? Why was the vendor with violations given extra points? Why are citizens still being overcharged? What are the actual authorized rates? Why was legal counsel's recommendation ignored? Why was counsel misled? An audit won't undo the contract. It won't cost much, but it will restore something valuable. Trust in the city of Columbus. If transparency doesn't happen here, we'll seek it through a judicial process. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. Next is Ms. Teresa Elamine representing Southern Anti-Racism Network regarding National Night Out, Pause Humane, and underfunded pension plans. Welcome, Ms. Elamine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I emailed you, I'll save my comments on the pension plans until after the presentations by Ms. Alexander. I trust she's still doing that. So I'd like to start by saying that National Night Out is a collaboration with the Columbus Police Department and other public safety. I spoke with Chief Scarper. He said he'd be there. So the event that I'm promoting is National Night Out at Winton Methodist Church on Tuesday, August 5th. Hope you can come, Mr. Mayor. Hope you can come, Mr. Huff. Hope you can come, Mr. Chambers. What happened? We're looking for all of the elected officials who represent that area to be there. It's very important that we do all we can to prevent crime. So the Lifting Up East Winton building beautiful and safe neighborhoods is collaborating with Inspections and Code. Lots of demolitions on the list in East Winton. We're collaborating with Keep Columbus Beautiful. I spoke with Miss Lisa Thomas Cutts today, and she said that she would be there or have someone there. It's gonna be the place to be on August 5th. August 5th, Tuesday at 6 p.m. Now, on the issue of Paws Humane, let me just cut to the chase. When those men were here on July 8th complaining that Courtney Pierce was not nice enough to them, I thought that sounded pretty strange because I've spoken with Courtney Pierce. And so I called her up and I asked her if she could come here tonight. I didn't see her, so maybe she didn't make it. But what I asked her was, what would it take for you to get this up off of us? Because the city has proven it does not know how to manage animal care and control, which is why all those animals got abused at that shelter, and the women and girls were coming here month after month, meeting after meeting, complaining. I really do thank the city manager for sending me the 187-page fully executed contract. I did send it around so WRBL, WTVM, and the Legend Inquirer can just say thank you because they got it. 187 pages. So I know exactly what Paws Humane is expected to do. And it sounds like they know how to do it. So what I said to Ms. Pierce, you got a 3-year contract that amounts to $9.9 million at the end of the 3 years. Would you take $10 million at the end of the 3 years to just take this over? I do mean privatize it. Let Paws Humane own it. You can't manage it. You never have been able to manage it. You just abuse the animals there. And what Isaiah Hughley did was got this up off of you. When he said he would do the contract, I've never seen interest-based negotiations done so well. Isaiah Hughley pulled together 2 teams to work as partners to craft that contract. That's what Isaiah Hughley did for you, Mr. Mayor, and you couldn't protect him from number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5, number 7. You couldn't protect him. But that's what he did. He got this up off of you by that contract. So I say give it to Paws Humane. You can't run it. You can't run it. And they know how to. And it's in the interest of the public health and public safety that we are not dealing with people raising vicious dogs in their backyards. We're not dealing with feral cats that are so diseased and the little children out there playing with them. It's a public health, public safety issue. And you failed us on it. Give it to Paws Humane. Give it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Huff.
Ms. Elamine, just want to let you know I'll be by for a few minutes because I have 5 stops I have to make in those 2 hours. So I will be by there.
As soon as you come, we'll put you on.
Okay, I'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you.
Love you too.
We gonna see what you gonna do.
All right, next is Miss Audrey Holston Palmore regarding property located at 2928 10th Street. You can go ahead and begin, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, officials of the Columbus Consolidated Government, citizens and of the city of Columbus, Georgia, and others listening. I am Audrey Holston Palmore, a resident of District 3, and I'm here to talk about my concern at the property of 2928 10th Street, located in District 3, in the Midtown, specifically of the East Winton area. I am concerned because the property has been determined to be uninhabitable. The tax assessor's office has affixed or attached my name, Audrey Holston Palmore, to the bill, to the tax bill of the property. This is from the tax assessors with my name on it. Citizens of Columbus, this property is heir property. This assessment is not complete because of the fact several other individuals are heirs. Their names have not been reported by the Muskogee County Board of Assessors. It is true, I am an heir who has taken out time to respond to a notice on the door of the property as far back as March 2023. Several attempts to communicate about the reporting of the Inspection and Code Division of the Columbus Consolidated Government have had the outreach hand of myself and personnel of the Inspection and Codes Division. According to the director of the Inspections and Codes at the May 13th, 2025 council meeting, he will bring before you, the council, his recommendation of the property in August 2025. And I understand that's been changed to September 2025. Therefore, as I've stated on the public agenda, the property needs to be sold to a developer. When I get a copy of the names of the persons associated as heirs with the property, I must make an appeal to them to think as I do and sell the property as soon as possible, because all heirs, according to the mayor, must agree to the sale of the property. There is still time for this action to be done by the heirs. Thanks for your attention. Continue to have a good day, and I do have an opportunity to speak for 3 more minutes, and I would like to let you know, Mayor Henderson, I'm ready to speak for those 3 more minutes.
Yes, ma'am. We will call you back up after the clerk's agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and next we'll have Mr. Mark Lawrence regarding next steps.
To the mayor of this fine city, to all of those who represent your respective districts, our missing council person, I want to say that we have come a long way, but we have so far to go. I come in peace to show a person, talking about myself individually, a person who want to see Columbus, Georgia come together collectively. I want you to consider something. Consider your thoughts, consider your ways, consider our patterns. Well, what are you talking about? Consider your thoughts, consider your ways, consider your patterns. Look at what has happened in this city. There's so much division. It's not like when I was growing up. I grew up over in East Winton. I've said that so many times. But when I got to Winton Road, crossing over to the Hilton Avenue side, there was a major divide. Ma'am, you may not have known this, but they call that the Macon-Dixie line in Columbus, Georgia. I had to walk to Clubview Elementary when I missed bus number 2 going out there. And I had to walk, and sometimes vicious dogs would be let out on us. And this wasn't too long ago. I was just a kid. Then same thing at going to Richards. The only time I could go in Country's Barbecue was to get some water. They wouldn't let us come in there, but I didn't have money like a lot of kids have. I already spent it at lunchtime. But coming home from football practice, I would be chased out of the neighborhood down Sumac Drive or whatever. But I'd try to let that get behind me and see that we must let selfishness go. I could be selfish and I could try to find a way to just wreak havoc and just try to make people feel uncomfortable. But I don't think that's necessary. I want us to be very considerate of others. I watch almost every news article that come out of the city council's office. I watch YouTube videos. I watch so much that's going on. And we are spewing to people that really don't want to be bothered with havoc, injustice. And that don't cross racial lines either. That's people. Many people that look like me and those that who do not look like me, many of them feel the same way. I wish the city council would get together, get with the mayor, let's do things that's positive instead of bringing all this drama. Let's put the boots on the ground. Let's get out here and go to work in our districts. Let's find out how to stop homelessness, how to feed those that's in homeless camps on the side of the road that we pass by many of days. Pass by them day by day. People standing at the same corner that they was at when you came over here on Macon Road. They still there. I want to pull together. What can we do together that would make District 1 through District 9 a better district? What can we do to help the mayor in his last few months of, I know I'm applauding you, sir, for the time you have put in and the time that when you have, the time you have left to get out of office and say, I can go fishing and I don't have to worry about going to after evening meetings. I mean, I'm just saying that. I'm retired and I feel pretty good about it. But I just want to say, what can we do? What can we do? What's the next steps? What can we do to feel each other's pain? There's litigation going on around the table. All of you should be concerned. Why should I point at you and say all of you? Because it affects everybody. And then the city, the residents of the city, we are affected by what you're affected by. 28 seconds, I want to get this out. We must think about each other, but not only ourselves. Think about what God see when he see us. All of us are believers, I believe. And I don't want to put religion on you, but I just want to ask you, what are we going to do next? Can we work together? Can we pull something out of a bag and make it work? I appreciate each of you. Thank you for the job you do. And I want to let you know, I personally appreciate how you put this council back together.
Thank
I
you,
know
Mark.
it's my
I
time,
know, I'm
and
sorry.
I won't ask any more time.
Appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, next, we'll go to the city manager, assistant city manager's agenda. You hit your button.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
On the city manager's agenda this evening, item number 1 is the FY '26 public defender contract.
All right, there's a motion second to approve the public defender contract. Are there any discussion, any comments? Counselor Anchor to the motion?
Yeah, I have a question, Ms. Deputy City Manager. How does I couldn't make the math work, and maybe it's in the details, I couldn't find it, and I've done it 3 times, and so I looked at the total of 2.7, and I took the 167,000 a month times 12 months, it equals approximately $2 million. I put the personnel in there, and I put the interest in there, and it's only 2.3. So there's a difference of $458,000, and I just couldn't make it work. Is it in the details somewhere that I couldn't find?
We can provide you an itemized detail of this. This is an annual contract that we have to provide public defenders in our circuit. The other counties share in a portion of that we are the fiscal agent for, so they, the other counties do pay the
So maybe
Muskogee
it's
County.
their contribution?
It's in the agenda. It's in the agenda report, their contributions, the pro rata share between us and the other counties.
I tried to read that in that report, and I missed it. Thank you. Continue on.
Thank you. All right, there's a motion and a second to approve item 1. We put it on the screen, please, and councilors, you can enter your votes. You in favor? Okay, all right, well, it passes. It passes. We're good. All right,
Item number 2 on the city manager's agenda is an amendment to extend the subrecipients agreements. These are funded through ARP dollars, and it is just extending the date of the expiration of the contract through September 30th of 2026 in accordance with ARP.
motion second to approve item 2. Any discussion on that item? All right, put it on the screen. Council will vote.
There is a presentation on the agenda this evening about the ARP and where we are with the funding. That should answer your question. Yes, sir.
All right, that passes.
For purchases, there are 3 purchases on the agenda this evening. Election equipment, this is up to $150,000 estimated per year.
All right, there's a motion second to approve the purchases A, B, and C. Is there one that anyone would like pulled out for further discussion? All right, if you'd put it on the screen, and councilors, you'll vote one time, but it'll be for all 3 of those purchases.
So item A, again, is election equipment, estimated at $150,000. This is equipment, supplies, and services. Item B is household trash carts. This includes the black, the brown, and the green carts. These are replacement carts to replace those that are damaged. And then item C is the household recycling carts. These are the blue carts, and again, these carts are used to replace stolen or damaged carts.
Okay, thank you.
We do have several updates and presentations on the agenda this evening. First is the FY25 Bull Creek Golf Course budget update. Jim Arndt is here from the Golf Authority. I'll ask the finance director to give some opening remarks for the request.
There are two other individuals here with us from the Golf Authority as well. So we appreciate y'all's patience. Thank you for waiting.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As the Deputy City Manager mentioned, the Golf Authority is here tonight pursuant to Ordinance 13-39, which says that if a department or agency anticipates or exceeds their budgeted appropriations, they do have to come before the council for additional appropriations. And for the Golf Authority, it's really pretty simple, and Jim can provide some more context in terms of the request in itself, but the Golf Authority is its own fund. The Bull Creek Golf Course Fund is its own fund. It has its own reserves, and there were some utilization of some of those reserves after the mid-year budget amendment due to some unforeseen circumstances. The budget essentially was exceeded for the Golf Authority, the Bull Creek Golf Course Fund, but they have revenues and reserves to cover their expenditures. And so they're really only here pursuant to Ordinance 13-39 that says that they have to come for a budget adjustment, so to speak, from the council. So Jim, if you'd like to sort of talk about some of those items.
Well, hello. Angelica pretty much told my story, but I would like to recognize Golf Authority Chairman Dr. William Roundtree and Golf Authority member Ken Crumpler here. So I appreciate them supporting. The first thing I would like to do is to say thank you. We experienced a tornado hit Bull Creek Golf Course on April 6th, and it was devastating in many ways, but we did realize significant support. Public Works supported us. They actually took care of the tree crew that worked for 30 days to help clean up the golf course. It's not completely done, but it's primarily done. We were able to get back open. For 2 weeks, we were completely closed, and then for 4 more weeks, we were only partially closed. But it did affect our revenue about $150,000. And we also experienced some of the things Angelica was talking about. We experienced some unforeseen costs above the ones that were absorbed by Public Works. So that definitely was unexpected to our budget. It was about 1,000 trees that were taken down by the storm. Again, as Angelica mentioned, there will not be any impact to the city's general fund. As of today, the Bull Creek Golf Course has $541,000 in cash reserves. That number changes, but daily it changes. But anyway, but we're in good shape. We can handle any overage that we've spent. And just as a side note, Oxbow Creek has $53,000 in cash reserves. So I don't think I've ever been able to say that before, but it doesn't mean that everything's good and Oxbow will never be a concern again. It means we had a good operating period. We are staring some pretty serious major expenses due to aging irrigation and greens and things like that at Oxbow Creek, but the Golf Authority is being good stewards of the golf courses that you have entrusted them to, and I just wanted to make that point. But I think that's pretty much it.
Is there a motion?
So the request, as far as the budget adjustment, is $141,200, a budget adjustment for the Golf Authority Bull Creek Fund.
Out of their fund.
Out of their own funds.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion? Councilor Davis?
Dr. Roundtree and the board members that are here are doing a heck of a job. I'd just ask you this one question. If you have to go in to cover the overage due to unforeseen circumstances, how does that impact you? I know you're going to have other needs coming up that will probably take utilization of those funds, or how is that going to impact you down the line, future budgeting or maintenance needs at the golf facilities?
So we do have a long list of needs. In fiscal year '25, I believe we spent $185,000 on equipment. So we've been behind the curve on equipment for a long time, but we're catching up quickly. So we're making good use of those reserve funds. Most of the expenses have already been paid for. Our cash position now is where we are at beyond the end of the fiscal year. So many of those expenses we've already paid for. So I don't see it to be a significant number to our current cash reserve position.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Yep, thank you. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And I do want to just, Councilor Tucker's in favor, and I want to say to the authority and to our pro out there, I don't think I've ever seen or heard of the golf course being in good a fiscal shape as it has been the last couple of years. Nobody said Bull Creek and surplus funding in the same sentence, and they certainly never said it with Oxbow. So gentlemen and everybody that's on that authority, our hats are off to you. Please keep up the good work. Jim, I'm glad we got you. You're doing a good job.
Next on the agenda for presentations, the finance director will provide the pension fund process update presentation, and then followed by that, the revenue division update.
All right, hello again. This update is very brief, and I'll try to be brief in terms of the pension plan in and of itself. As far as just some facts about the pension plan, the city has 4 pension plans. There's the general government plan, the public safety plan, the major disability plan, and the death benefit plan. The market value of the plans, as far as the investments are concerned, for the quarter ending March of 2025 were just over $660 million that we have in investments. Our funded percentage as of the last actuarial report, that was the report that we used to construct the FY26 budget. The funded percentage as of July 1 of 2024 is 103% for the general government plan and 97% for the public safety plan. So essentially what that means is, based on the accrued benefits under the public safety plan, for instance, we have in value 97% funded all of the accrued benefits under the public safety plan, and 103% for the general government plan. And that's based on the value of the plan assets as of July 1, 2024. So as far as funding the plan, how do we get money into the pension plan and the pension fund? There are employee deductions that are made, as well as city contributions that are made. This process happens during our normal biweekly payroll process. There's a check that generates after the payroll process is ran, and that check which contains employee deductions and the city's contribution is deposited into the pension bank account, which is a separate bank account from the other main bank account that the city uses. So it's segregated in its own bank account. The cash flows in and out of for the pension, as well as on the general ledger, there is a separate fund, much like the general fund or the stormwater or sewer fund or integrated waste fund. All these various funds that serve these various purposes. The pension fund is its own fund, and it is reconciled on a monthly basis. But as far as, again, the inflows, there are the employee deductions, the city contributions, that's usually done through the biweekly payroll process. There are component unit contributions. Our component units, such as the hospital authority or the waterworks, when there's a required contribution that they're required to make each year as the employer, as well as the required contributions or deductions from the employees. And so on a monthly basis, we receive their employer contributions and their employee deductions, and we deposit that money into that pension fund and bank account. There are also investment contributions. Most of our investments or assets, I should say, for the pension plan are invested. That was that $660 million number. Sometimes we may need cash from our investments to cover some of the outflows that we have for the plan, and that's just, sometimes there's a cash flow need. It's a timing issue where we receive the monies from the component units and from the biweekly payroll process. We may have more going out in a particular month, and we may need some cash from our investment. So that, again, is recorded on the general ledger in its own fund and deposited in the bank in a separate bank account. As far as the outflows, there's the pension, the retiree benefit payments. This is a monthly payment that's made out to retirees. So if you're retired from the city and you've earned a benefit and you're of retirement age, you receive a pension from, in terms of cash from the city. There's the drop disbursement. So that's a benefit that's offered to employees where you can retire on paper unofficially, but still work here up to a period of time. And every month that you would have received your retirement benefit goes into a drop account. And when you leave or separate from the city, this money is then paid out to you in a lump sum. So that could be, a lot of our, there's a criteria that you have to meet to get in the drop plan, but those are a lot of times large disbursements that we do have to pay out. And there are non-vested employee refunds. So if you have you have to be with the city 10 years to become a vested employee. If you don't stay here 10 years, all of the contributions that you've made toward the pension plan is refunded back to you. You do not have a pension benefit, but all the contributions that you've ever made from your paycheck is refunded back to you. You can either get it in a lump sum, cash payout, or you can roll it over to an IRA or some other 401k or investment type account. And then there are the other retiree payroll disbursements, such as the tax payments, the insurance payments that we withhold from the retirees' pension benefit that's paid out to the various vendors as well. And so again, the inflows and outflows, they're recorded on the general ledger in the pension fund, which is a separate fund. It is its own fund. And the bank transactions, it is its own bank account. And these general ledger transactions are reconciled on a monthly basis against the bank transactions for the pension. So there's no commingling of the pension funds and the general government funds. This is all segregated on the general ledger as well as in the bank. There's a lot of financial information regarding the pension funds in the comprehensive financial report, the report that our audited financials that we prepare every year. There's over 30 pages of disclosure information related to the pension plans in the annual comprehensive financial report. This report can be found on the Finance Department's website, which is www.columbusga.gov/finance. There's a link to the left side of the screen that says Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. If you click the link, you'll find all of the annual financial reports going back several years. And so they're all out there for your viewing and reading pleasure. Other plan information, just in general about the pension plan. So governmental pension plans are not subject to ERISA. ERISA is a federal law that sets standards, minimum standards for retirement plans in the private sector. Some of the requirements of ERISA is that you have to provide periodic pension benefit statements. You have to, it requires summary plan description and plan documents, and it also requires a summary annual report or annual funding notice. So I reiterate, full disclosure information about our pension plan is available in our annual comprehensive financial report. We do not provide periodic pension benefit statements because we are not subject to ERISA. However, employees can access their estimated retirement benefit statements online themselves. There's a portal, a website. It's a Member Direct is the name of the software service that we use. And employees, you get your own user ID and password, and you can log in and make projections about, when you retire, what your estimated salary may be when you retire, and it'll spit out, what your estimated retirement benefit would be, much like how you do on the Social Security's website. You just plug in some key factors, and it'll tell you what your estimated benefit would be. So that is available on the Department of Human Resources website. That's circled here under retirement, and then you go to Member Direct Hub and then Member Direct to actually get to the software. Also on the Human Resources website are the pension plan documents. Again, we're not subject to ERISA, but the pension plan documents are available for public viewing by the general public as well as employees, and those are located here, again, on the HR's website under the retirement section. And so that was, in a nutshell, a brief overview about the pension, and I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Councilor Hickey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just got a couple of questions. It was my understanding that before recently, that was the account that the money was coming down from, that you was pulling from the 600 million, was titled to the Revenue Department. It was when it was being pulled down.
No, that's just to clarify, that is the check that she referred to that happens each payroll process.
Right.
The vendor name was coded the Revenue Division. That has since been changed.
Okay,
But
and what's that name now?
it's the City of Columbus.
I believe it's the City of Columbus, or maybe it's Columbus Consolidated Government. I can look it up and get you that information.
So we just changed the vendor name based on that. When that Revenue Division, the Cash Management and Revenue Division used to be together, and they had since separated. So that we've changed the name on the vendor, but the way the transaction happened, the bank account that it went into is remained the same. There's no difference in that. It was just the title on the vendor name on the check.
Okay, so which that would means that when that money's being pulled down, it's not being used for anything else but to go into that account for pension issues, to pay pensions.
Yes, that's correct. And it's always been that way. It's coming out of the concentration account into the pension fund account at the bank on the general ledger. It's completely separate, always has been separate.
Okay, great. That's what I needed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Chambers?
Yes, thanks for that presentation. One request, can you send me a copy of that PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Tomorrow?
Yes,
All right.
you can get it tonight.
All right, thank you. All right.
Okay, doesn't seem to be any more questions.
All right, so moving on. Okay. So this is the revenue update. Typically, I come at least once a quarter and provide an update to the council regarding the revenue division. So we would count this as the second quarter update. Or we can count it as a second quarter update for 2025. So just starting out with the licenses process, for the 2025 licenses that we've issued through week 28, which week 28 ends July 13th, we've processed over 6,800 licenses. This same week last year, we processed just over 6,600 license, 2024 licenses. So we're up about 3% over calendar year 2025 over calendar year 2024. So in terms of what's left to be processed, again, these are the accounts that are currently unprocessed or pending, I guess I should say, as well as the problems. We have 61 problem accounts identified as of last week. The value of that was just over $255,000. So this is money where we have the money in the bank. We've reached out to the business trying to finalize processing their licenses, but for whatever reason, we're not able to accomplish that at this particular time. We have 59 accounts that are pending processes, and we actually have about more than half of that 59 is one organization. So about 34 of the 59 is one organization. It's a short-term vacation rental. They have 34 business licenses, and we're waiting on them to obtain their short-term vacation certificate to finish processing out their licenses. So that's pretty significant progress from where we were last year. And again, this is as of last week in terms of the pending as well as the problem accounts that we've identified. So as far as the 2025 license renewal processing, we're fairly current on that. We are current on that. In fact, we've been able to go back through the pending problem accounts, and we've reviewed them, and we've made secondary contact. We've made phone calls, we've sent emails trying to finish out processing these licenses that we have not yet processed due to whatever information we may be missing. It could be due to additional funding that's required, because if they send us a payment after April 1st, and it did not include penalties, of course, we have to make contact with them and let them know there's additional payment due. And so that is possibly part of the reason why the license hasn't been fully processed. We've mailed out the courtesy delinquency notices. That is ahead of schedule this year. We typically send that out in August. But we sent out the notices the first week in July this year. So that is the first time that I've ever known that we've sent those out immediately following the end of the fiscal year. There is a response date on those courtesy notices of July 25th. So we have requested that people come in and make good on those licenses by this Friday. They're still late, so there's still penalties and interest that's due because the license renewal was due the 1st of April. But after the 25th of July, if we have not received their renewals or if they don't come in and renew their licenses, we will be turning over the list to code enforcement for citations, possible citations by the 1st of August. So we sent out about 1,600 letters. We've had about 160 that have come in and renewed in response to that. So right now we're around about 1,400 accounts that are still delinquent from when we mailed out the notices at the beginning of July. But again, they have until the 25th, which is this Friday, to respond before the accounts are turned over to code enforcement. So the Civic Access Self-Service Portal is online. It is available for use. You can pay your mixed drinks and hotel motel taxes online. You can pay it exclusively online. This has been in place for the last several months. The remaining excise taxes, which are the vehicle rentals and the alcohol distributors, those will be available online this August. We are exploring different strategies to improve our communication about the online portal. We've created a QR code that we are gonna plaster everywhere in the office. We're gonna do some additional outreach in terms of, sending some more letters, sending some emails, just trying to increase utilization of the online portal. It's not mandatory that they pay it online, so we do still receive a lot of payments in the mail. We do still have people that come to the office. And we, try to promote the online payment portal, but, we'll just keep working it in terms of, trying to improve our communication efforts and really push people to make these payments and pay these taxes online. We are still conducting weekly system improvement meetings between IT, finance, and inspections and codes. I do know that the inspections and codes director will be coming, I believe, next month, September, to give an update about some of the progress that's been made in terms of the online permits and online payments for inspections and codes, because we all utilize the same system. So there's good progress that's been made for him, for that department, and they'll be coming to share more information with the council about that soon. In terms of the revenue, we have.
Excuse me, Counselor Crabb.
Can you go back one slide, please?
Yes.
So is this CAS system, is that the one that you tried to implement it earlier and they couldn't make quarterly payments?
It is the same system where you would process the online renewals. So it is online renewals, it is excise tax payments, all of the online capabilities for our office and inspections and codes is through this system.
Okay, and you got some pushback from us about the, only annual payments, no quarterly payments.
Right.
And so did you fix that glitch?
We're working on it. We are still working on it.
If it's not mandatory to use this.
No.
So if a business wants to pay quarterly, then they have to come in and pay quarterly. So there's options for businesses who want to pay quarterly. They can still pay quarterly.
Yes, the businesses that have opted to pay quarterly, which the first quarter bills are actually due on the 31st. Sorry, second quarter bills are actually due on the 31st of July. And we've sent those bills out. It was just over 200 that we sent out for quarterly payment, and we get those back in the mail. So yes, I mean, they still.
So the glitch has kind of been fixed because.
Well, not as far as the renewal process. When you talk about the glitch, what I was referring to was the ability for it all to be online, right? For them to renew online, for them to pay online, for the occupation taxes. We're still working on the occupation taxes and trying to. We're close. We're trying to design a system in such a way that in addition to being able to renew it online, pay it quarterly online, that the system also calculates the penalties and interest. And that is a bit of a challenge when we break it down for the quarters.
Right.
So we're still working through that.
Okay.
We're actually, I meet with IT like every day. We have a standing meeting at 11 every day. And we're working it.
Thanks for working that. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. So in terms of the revenues, FY25, and again, this is unaudited because we just ended the fiscal year. We still have accruals that we're posting back to FY25. So this number is not concrete as of the revenues, occupation tax revenues for FY25. But right now, it's just over $21.2 million that we've recorded in occupation tax revenue. I mean, that is slightly lower than the revenue that was reported for FY24. And part of that is because we did separate out the penalties and interest in FY25. FY25 was the first year where we were able to segregate the interest, penalties and interest from the occupation tax revenue. And so we have about 400,000 in penalties and interest that we've recorded for FY25. So that would take that up to about 21.6 million. Still a difference, still lower than FY24, but again, FY24, we were catching up a lot of accounts in terms of bringing them back into a current status. So the penalties and interest and all of the catch-up, that would be the main difference in terms of what we've recorded in revenue for FY24 and what we've received in revenue for FY25.
Ms. Alexander, excuse me just a minute. Counselor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Alexander, I want to just help me do the math on this. You just stated we have 1,600 businesses out there we're still working on, and potentially they're going to get citations if
over
they don't.
1,400 now.
1,400, okay.
Yes, sir.
And don't quote me on this, but back in February, or maybe it was in the budget session, I'd asked you about an update and where we're at, and you gave me a 19.5 million number.
I did.
And you gave me a 200,000
I did.
in additional revenue that needed to be collected. When now there's 14,000 people that we still haven't collected from, plus penalties and fines. What has changed through 2025 now to get us to this number, which you just said could be 21.6 plus?
Well,
what has changed to get us, where was that? I mean, we talked about it, we thought it was good, but what has changed now with this update to get us to a much higher number, which you said is unaudited, which could be higher? I don't know if that means it could be, I don't think it means it could be lower. I mean, I think it means unaudited means it could be higher.
Could be. Probably not much, though, but it could be.
So what has changed with those I'm trying to add all that up. What has changed? Can you give me that variable?
Well, I'll have to get back to you on that, to be quite honest about it.
All right,
Because
well, and that's okay. The other thing, and can we get a hard copy of this?
Sure.
Usually we get something passed out, but I'd just like to get a hard copy if I can. I apologize, I missed the first 2 pages, but I don't want you to have to go back. Well, if we can just print it out in the back, I'll take it. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, sir?
All right. Oh, am I moving on?
Yeah, you continue, please.
So personnel, obviously, recruitment is challenging, but it's ongoing. We still have the jobs posted. We have a new revenue manager in place. She began in June, and she has hit the ground running. We are we're doing some things that we just hadn't been able to really do before. I mean, I'm only one person, and there's only so many hours of the day, but having a revenue manager in place really helps because we participated in the job fairs. We weren't able to do the one at Girls Inc. That was done here recently, but we participated in the 2 prior to that, and we do plan to continue to participate in the job fairs. We've been very diligent in our outreach in terms of following up with people that show interest to some of the openings that we have for the division. So she's really hit the ground running in terms of trying to get the staffing up to what we have been approved. Also focusing on continuous process improvement, obviously continuously reviewing the duties and responsibilities for the staff. As we implement new processes, there may be some things that shift from certain individuals in the department to other individuals. But really just trying to keep it in the road and keep up with the recommendations that were made by Acutus during their forensic audit. There were a lot of processes and procedures that they recommended, particularly surrounding the mail and how that is handled as far as the staffing is concerned. So just trying to get it all squared away as far as the people are concerned in the revenue division.
Ms. Alexander, excuse me, Counselor Kogel?
Sorry, I wasn't quick enough. Just going back to the occupational tax revenue bar graph, it's 20, 21, and 22 are pretty consistent. Did we have an influx of businesses in 23, 24, and 25 that give that spike?
No. In FY '23, that would include the first part of the 2023 calendar year. So I think at that point, we were really starting to come around with and catching up on some of the backlog, to be quite frank about it, really turning it around then in FY '24, and then it kind of smoothing out in FY '25.
So are we expected, now that we've processed our unprocessed funds, are we expecting FY '26 to even out to the same level as FY '22?
No, I do believe that occupation taxes, the way we collect occupation taxes, it is a gross receipt tax. And as the cost of goods and services increase, the percentage that we receive, just like we do for sales tax, as the cost for goods and services increase, because it is percentage-based, we have been fortunate enough to see a trending increase in that revenue source. So I think some of it is similar with the gross receipts tax as far as the business taxes, because it is based on the income or revenues derived from the business. So as they make more money, they pay us more taxes.
Okay, but it's pretty safe to say 23, 24, and 25 is just us catching up?
I would say yes. There's some catch up in that in terms of us, again, bringing the businesses back online. There's a lot of penalties and interest that are in those numbers as well for 24 and 25. I'm sorry, 23 and 24. That's not in 25.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Counselor Hickey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go back down to the personnel part of the presentation for a moment. Do we have temp employees that are working there with you?
No.
We don't?
Not anymore.
Okay, not anymore. And did we have them at one point?
We did. Okay. Before council approved the positions in January, we had temporary employees. And then the position that was not approved, which was the admin assistant, we had a temporary through the end of the fiscal year. But we have since let that temp go.
Okay, and were they just released, or what was the case with them?
Well, I mean, the position was not approved in the budget as far as the position the capacity that they were working in as a temporary.
Okay, so it just wasn't. It was caused that it wasn't approved. I mean, they wasn't terminated or anything like that. That phrase.
Their work assignment ended because we didn't have the authorization to keep them on beyond in the new fiscal year.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
Continue, ma'am.
So 2025 and beyond, again, code enforcement, that's an ongoing activity. that requires constant communication between finance and inspections and codes. What we've done also is try to collaborate with other departments. We had a meeting recently with the tax assessor's office, and what the tax assessor has agreed to do is sort of add, when they go out and do their, when her appraisers go out and do her assessors goes out and do their field work, they're gonna add to their checklist whether or not that business has a license, if it's a commercial property. And so we're gonna, continue to have meetings and collaboration with the tax assessor's office, just trying to see if there are businesses that she has on the books in terms of personal property, based on the personal property returns that her office has to send out that may not have a business license and vice versa. Collaborating with the tax assessor's office in that regard. Again, continuously working towards additional automations. Like I said, with the quarterly payments and us trying to have automation as far as the calculation of the penalties and interest, still working through that. So we've had some external automations, which includes the online payments for the excise taxes. But a lot of the automations that we've seen or that we've worked on that has really helped us internally improve our efficiencies are things that are unseen by the general public, such as the alcohol license issuance process. That's now an online process. So when we process a renewal or when we process the issuance of a new alcohol license, that process is completely online for the departments that have some responsibility in the process. So previously, and you're not gonna believe this, but previously, there was a very manual hand delivery process. So if we had to issue a new alcohol license, we required sign off by the city attorney's office, inspections and codes, the police department, as well as the finance department. And staff would physically take that application to all of those locations via hand delivery. That was not efficient. So we've changed that. We've had this online process in place for a little more than a year now. And I think it's great. The system was designed and created by IT. They did a great job in creating that database for us, and it really serves as a repository for all of the alcohol applications, as well as the renewals. Just on a renewal, every year we have to run criminal history background checks for the applicants and anyone associated with that business that serves alcohol. And again, that was a hand delivery process where we would physically take those applications to the police department. They would physically sign off on it with a pen. Now that is all done online. So great efficiencies gained by just changing that process to an online one, as well as the creation and generation of our monthly delinquency notices for people who have to pay us excise taxes. We've worked again with IT, and they have created a report to where we click a button and all of the people who are delinquent in paying their hotel motel taxes or their mixed drinks taxes, we generate a letter to them and we mail it out as soon as, well, on demand, really. So we're more efficient in creating these letters and staying on top of these people that are delinquent, or to reduce down the number of delinquents. Whereas before, that was a very manual process. The staff would actually, type in each business name, address, how many months they owed. I mean, it was just, so we've increased efficiency in terms of that. For the people that have signed up for the utilizing the online payment portal, IT has worked with us to send them monthly reminder emails when their excise taxes are due. And they also get reminders if it's late. Now, again, everybody's not on the online portal, so not every business that could receive this notification is receiving it. But for the ones that use it, they get a reminder email at the beginning of the month that the tax is due. And if it's late, they get another email saying that they're late.
Excuse me, Ms. Alexander, Counselor Hickey.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to go back to the occupational taxes, business license, for a quick moment. I forgot to ask you this question. There was I think we have discussion, we voted on an RFP for outsourcing business license.
That's the next update when she's complete.
Okay, that's the next one. Okay, okay, great. Okay. That's what I'm.
Counselor Crabb?
I like what I'm hearing about all this innovation and using the technology to become more efficient and more effective. Are you working on connecting to the tax assessor's office so that when they do their appraisal, it just goes into the system, that information automatically goes into the system, and so you guys can just pick up that information from the system?
That's something that we can look at next. They do have access to our system. We don't have that two-way exchange yet, though, in terms of, so we have to request information from them, and she'll usually, I think a couple weeks ago, she generated an Excel spreadsheet, and so it's a little manual right now, going through the Excel spreadsheet and trying to marry up who has a license and who's received a personal property tax return. But yeah, that is definitely something that we can work on, that two-way exchange. But her office does have access to our system.
So when IT is helping you with these new systems and automations and everything, are you guys working within the Tyler technology software that was purchased? So are you getting some training? Are you getting what you need from IT? Or do we need to bring in some people from Tyler Technology to help see where we can use it more efficiently and effectively?
I think we're getting what we need from IT. We did secure a certain number of hours. I forget how many it was, but we actually had a representative from Tyler Tech come down several months ago, and they worked with IT on some of the things that we have not implemented yet, but we're working on. So one of those being the quarter payments and some of the automations that we're doing now as far as the email reminders. We got that from the Tyler Tech that came down, so.
Good, okay, thank you.
Counselor Davis?
Director Alexander, the penalties and fines, do we keep track of all that? Do we have files on that so we can tell is that all being recorded?
It is all being recorded in its own general ledger code beginning in FY25. So yes.
We know beginning, so we can't go back to 24, 23, 22?
No, it was all being recorded in just occupation tax revenue prior to FY25.
Okay. Well, I want to encourage you to continue the communication, because I think that's the key to consistent and improved revenue collections. I hear a lot of people now that they're starting to get their letters. We talked about that, about their letters, their reminders, and hey, you owe a little penalties and fines, those kind of things. I mean, people sometimes get so caught up in day-to-day activities, and some people call it the rat race of the world, and time consumption, that they just tend to forget about things. So these little reminders, I think, are key, and I want to encourage that we as a city government keep doing that and working with our people, because it's going to be improved collections and all, and it's just working with them. Hopefully you're going to see more and more improvements with automation, because a lot of people have been requesting that, but I just wanted to share that with you. What kind of feedback are you getting from the business owners as far as, have they been receptive? Have they been positive? You're probably going to get some grumpy ones every once in a while, but for the most part, are they being responsive? It seems like it on the collection side that they're being more responsive in a timely manner.
Yeah, I would say so. It's a mixed bag in terms of the online payments. You know, we were able to convince one of our largest contributors for hotel motel taxes to go online, and they love it. So, but it's just, you know, some of the others, just trying to get them, to convince them to, you know, use the online portal. It saves time, it saves money at the end of the day, because it, you know, depending on how you pay, your cost as a business could be as much as $1. I mean, if you make a bank, ACH bank draft, it only costs $1. So, so yeah, it's been a mix. I mean, in terms of, I've heard some people say, some businesses say that they don't feel that the portal is user-friendly. And we've tried to make it as user-friendly as we can. We've set it up to mirror the forms, you know. So that is, you know, a bit of feedback. And so, you know, we're working on that as best we can in terms of making it more user-friendly, but there is, to some extent, only so much we can do. It's not software that we own.
Right.
So.
Well, do you think it would be beneficial to, I don't know if it's in the plans, but as you migrate through these improvements, do you think it would be beneficial to promote that a little bit more out in the community? Or are we promoting it since it's new? I don't know if this round of 2025 we were able to do it, but can we potentially promote that more where, because right now you might have some people do it, some people don't know that we're doing it, and they're still telling us we're not doing it, but we are doing it. But promoting it might solve that and get encouraging. It might encourage more people to utilize that, which hopefully it'll decrease the workload of the department, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And I agree. And so we are trying to come up with different strategies to really promote the automation that we have and the utilization of that automation throughout the businesses that we touch. So we're working on it. Like I said, one of the things that we're doing, or that we have done, is created a QR code for the portal, and we'll have that sort of displayed and plastered throughout the office. You know, we're working on some strategies to improve that communication. I agree. We really got to really push the communication.
The key thing is that we're chipping away at it, and I think that's the importance of this update, is that we're chipping away at it. Nobody, you know, if anybody thought that it was going to be solved overnight, you know, they're living in a fantasy world. But, you know, the reality of it is that you have to keep moving forward. And it sounds like, you know, with this update, it's just another way for us to keep reassuring the citizens that we're chipping away at it, we're improving, we're doing new things, better things, and it's looking good. It's, the statistics are, I mean, the success ratio is showing that right now. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Chambers?
Yes, I just want to echo what Councilman Davis just shared. First of all, I'm glad to hear that you're working with IT to help streamline your processes and looking at best practices, because ultimately it enhances our customers' experience. So I'm pleased to hear that, and the reduction in delinquencies. So I'm pleased to hear that your staffing, your revenue manager has hit the ground running, because human capital is very important. So the numbers speaks for itself. So I just want to commend you and your staff for taking a good effort, to trend in the right direction. So I'm just pleased with your report.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I think that was it for me.
So we have 2 more updates, and I'm going to go to the podium. So again, I have two updates, just to walk through the business license tax revenue collection RFP process. I know council's been asking about this, so I wanted to kind of give an update on where we are with this RFP. And again, this was issued for a couple reasons. One, these are the scope of services that was included generally in this RFP. Maintaining, auditing, and issuing occupation tax, alcohol, and insurance licenses, collecting licensing taxes and fees in accordance with Chapters 3 and 19, and then also the collection of excise taxes, lease payments, billing support for demolitions. These are all the things that the Revenue Division handles. So there was an evaluation committee made up of the City Manager's Office, Inspection and Codes, Public Works, the Columbus Police Department, and the Finance Department. Those with an asterisk are voting members. The Finance Department did not serve as a voting member on this RFP committee. So just a kind of a brief timeline. We've been working on this since January at the direction of council. The RFP was developed, issued in January. It closed in February. We received 3 proposals. Information was missing from 2 of those, so that information was then requested from those vendors, and we received those on March the 3rd. The first evaluation committee met in March on the 10th to receive the instructions and the overview, and then we had our first meeting on March 21st. In April, we asked for clarification from the vendors. We also requested reference checks from those organizations that they identified in their client work history. On May 13th, those survey responses were received and provided to the evaluation committee. Oh, sorry. June 4th, the evaluation committee met again. We did request interviews with each of the vendors that submitted a proposal. Those interviews were held on June the 16th. And then we had the final committee meeting on June the 16th. The committee did vote unanimously to reject all of the proposals. And I will say I did serve on that committee. The vendors that submitted proposals did not meet the requirements of the committee, did not meet the requirements of the RFP. Some of them had some features that we thought were interesting, that we would explore, but not one vendor provided all the requirements of the RFP. And it was a lengthy discussion with all of the committee members to reject all of the proposals. And so where we are today is really 2 options, is to continue the Revenue Division in-house with the Finance Department. You heard from the Finance Director this evening. A lot of improvements have been made. There's been a lot of work and time put into improving the process that we knew needed to be improved. I think that's been discussed for a couple of years now. The second option is to reissue the RFP. And so we would like direction from council on whether we want to continue in-house with the Revenue Division, or if you would like us to reissue that RFP and try to find a vendor that will provide the process and the staffing that's needed for the Revenue Division.
Councilor Hickey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Deputy City Manager Hart, for that update. Yes, I listened to Director for the Revenue Department and appreciate all the improvements that y'all got going and things, which I think is great. But I still, I'm an advocate for the outsourcing, and I think that we need to try to just reissue that RFP and just try to see if we got a vendor out there somewhere that can come in and help us with outsourcing this, so that we can make sure that we stand on track and getting all this stuff processed and taken care of, that we don't run back into what we had before, a problem like we had before. So I would, you know, that's my position on it. I would just like for us to just, you know, put it back out there to see if we can get somebody to do the outsourcing for us on the business licensing.
All right, Counselor Davis?
Yes, Director Hodge, I want to, and we've talked about, you know, periodically having these updates and doing our due diligence and making sure that we're staying on track, and it does seem like there's improvements. You know, I want to highlight something that we're having a great amount of success, but nobody's really talking about it. But I think that we're realizing now, since we've contracted out with a third-party group to do ambulance billing collections, that there's been a tremendous return in that area, percentage-wise, based on historical and past collections. I think it's safe for me to say that there's success there, okay? That there's been tremendous progress made there. And look, I'm an advocate. If we can continue to make the progress and do the things we need to do, then that's great, you know, then let's get on board and whatever it takes to support, keep moving forward. But over the years, we keep hearing, the part that concerns me is that we keep hearing about the personnel issues. We keep, you know, we've gone through all that. We see the turnovers throughout finance. We see that in the revenue department. It's constant. And even to this point, not filling those spots. And it just seems like that's an ongoing issue. That's where, and for whatever reason, we're not solving that. You know, that's just me talking, okay? It just concerns me that we're not solving that piece of the equation for whatever reason. I still think there's avenues that we can explore to get the professional help that we need in those places, and they can fill those spots. May disagree with me, but that's okay. You know, that's one area that concerns me, that I think that's what a third party brings to the table, or where you don't have to deal with those personnel issues and the things that come along with that. It's somebody else's responsibility, and they need to meet it. And we know that other cities and other municipalities, I think our neighbors across the river, are using third party collection groups, or let's just say support, to help their city operations, but it's being done. So I don't know what those challenges might be, or what we're looking for that we're currently not dealing with, or that is constantly being communicated to us, okay? That could very much well a third party who specializes in this kind of stuff could take care of. Yeah, it's going to cost some money, but if you improve your collections, it's just sometimes it's the cost of doing business. Like I said, with the ambulance collection service, as long as I've been on council, that's been an issue, but it seems like we're making considerable strides with that. So I use that as an example, and you know, I could give other examples too. I mean, we do it in our businesses, and it does, yeah, it costs money, but it does make an impact when you're dealing with your financials on an annual basis. But that's what I'm, you know, in my mind, I'm just sharing this as Glenn, Councilor Davis talking, you know, back and giving some input. I don't mean anything negative by it. It just, I keep thinking about that, you know, how can we solve some of these struggles that we're dealing with and improve systems, you know, as we're doing it, instead of, you know, stressing our labor component continuously, which, you know, is gonna, the request for more help keeps coming in. So, you know, I'm just trying to weigh that and where we're at. So I don't know what that number is, but I know it's gonna cost some money. But if you collect it and you're successful in collecting, and you know, I'm looking at these numbers. I mean, that's why I'm looking at these numbers. I don't know how much more that we could collect than what's been stated up there. I ain't got to that point, haven't been able to analyze it, but that's kind of my thought process. So, yeah, I still think it's worthwhile looking into it. Doesn't mean that we ultimately would do it, but it certainly, if council sees that it's a wise move and it could help and assist and take the burden off of whether it's human resources or finance or whatever, and can focus on more things. I look at that, I equate that to more productivity, which is a good thing. So anyway, that's just my 10 cents.
Well, and I will say that we're not opposed to outsourcing the revenue division. But I will say that of the vendors that submitted proposals, one was strictly a software vendor, provided no personnel support at all. Another vendor had very minimal staffing, which told us that I don't know that they fully appreciated the RFP. One vendor was most interested in putting everything completely online and not providing any in-house staffing support locally, which, as Director Alexander stated, just getting our vendors that we work with on a regular basis to go into the portal and make their payments online, I think that would not serve us well as a city for customer service, to eliminate the in-house and that customer facing. And so for those reasons, the committee really felt that these vendors that submitted proposals was not the best fit for Columbus. And I'm not saying that there's not someone out there that is a good fit for Columbus, but the ones that submitted did not meet the expectations of the committee, and I don't think would meet the expectations of this council.
Well, and I appreciate you going into detail. I mean, the transparency is, I think, for the citizens to hear that, and I mean, you didn't have to go in that deep a detail, but those are valid concerns, and I would be concerned as well, those kind of things. But, are we touching potential resources that are out there, or is just limited and nobody I don't know the answer to that.
And I don't know the answer to that either. We advertise, it's on the Georgia registry, so anyone that's registered as a vendor for the state of Georgia received notification of this RFP. And again, we are not opposed to reissuing this RFP, but the vendors that did submit proposals was not the best fit for Columbus.
Gotcha. Well, I hope we can, Mayor, that we can continue to work on that personnel component and somehow solidify that, because it just seems to be constantly, that's the tone of the conversation or the essence of the conversation. And, maybe we should focus on that a little bit more. But anyway, this is just good dialogue, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I think I'd need more information before I could make this decision. But I'm happy seeing the progress that you guys have made. I've always, my vision of, the revenue department and the finance department has always been that we spent money to buy the Tyler technology software, and it was being underutilized, and you kept on coming back to us asking for more personnel when you hadn't implemented the software that was supposed to alleviate some of the personnel. And so it was just like it was disjointed and not connected. It feels after that report that we might be getting on the same level, and we might be seeing it from the same perspective now. And so, I mean, I take that into consideration. That's one thing I take into consideration. The other thing that I would just need more information about is I'd like to meet the new revenue director. We haven't met them yet. I don't know if it's a woman or a man. I'd love for them to be brought to council so we can meet them. Also, you brought this up a little bit just now, but what I had written down was what aspect of the RFP was not met by the applicants, and then what aspects did the applicants meet. And then also, you know, now that the revenue department is starting to get going in the right direction, where do you feel like maybe you need help in the future? Maybe we do our revenue department internally, but maybe the areas that you outsource would be the areas that you're having issues with, that you can't seem to just get over that hump, and or maybe it's something as simple as bringing someone in for to work alongside you to get you through that hump, kind of like the diverging diamond, where, you know, they were working on the road, but we were traveling through that work zone, and they would cut one lane off and they'd work on it and then they'd open it up. So maybe it's something like that, where we bring in somebody temporarily, instead of having an RFP that takes the whole revenue division away. Maybe it's a temporary where it takes it away for just a little bit while we're working on the road, and then we integrate it back into the division. Maybe we tweak the RFP for something like that. I'm throwing out ideas here for you guys to consider, and then maybe bring more information back to us, so that we can make a more informed decision.
And we can look at the proposals that were submitted, some of the things that we thought were good, and some of the things that we had major concerns with. As far as the full process, like I said, not one of them provided from A to Z, but there were a couple of things in there that we did like about some of the vendors that submitted. Cost is always a concern. And so that obviously, when we looked at some of the collection processes that they did, looked like they would perform well, had a significant cost to it. And those were the areas that we are not having issues like hotel motel tax. I mean, that's a monthly process with each hotel and pretty easy to keep up with. And so that was a concern, not to spend money for things that we do well. So again, the RFP was issued from A to Z, and so we'll go back and look and see if there's specific components that we would recommend, you know, issuing for that specific item and not the full process.
All right, Counselor Anchor?
Yes, Deputy City Manager, I'm an outsourced company. This is kind of the role that I live in building value for our customers. And I recognize that all the pitches that I make, or I don't make, sometimes I don't make them because it's not the right solution for the customer. And it really made me happy to some degree when I heard that the board, the evaluation committee met and said, you know, this isn't right for us. To take a step back, to slow down, to come to council and say that. It just made me comfortable for a minute. And I do believe in outsourcing the right functions and keeping the right functions in-house, and there is hybrid ways to do that. That's why, you know, great companies like TISA succeed greatly in being entrepreneurs in our town, or not global, whatever that today. And because they fit each customer, and they make that module for that customer special. And as we're doing this, I wanted to know who is the decision leader in this evaluation committee? City Manager's Office, Inspection Code, Public Works, Columbus Police Department, of course. You play a big role in that. So who kind of leads that? And will we keep, because I like a hybrid approach, as it's been mentioned here, maybe going back to try to find a solution that makes us more effective, stays focused on running the department, but leaves our good personnel in positions that drives a culture that's going to serve our vendors and our customers who are trying to pay, and creates a fertile soil for our businesses to pay their tax and continue to thrive and create a good culture helping us succeed. So it made me happy. Those are some general questions / statements. Who is the decision maker on that evaluation committee that's looking at those RFPs?
So again, there were 5 members that were voting members. I served on that committee as a voting member. And there were 2 other department directors and a higher ranking official in the police department and another manager. So they were manager, upper level positions in those departments, but I was on that committee as well. And the finance department, again, just served as an advisory, really to be the expert in that area of what happens in the revenue division.
I appreciate it. I'll just ask, I'll keep looking and trying to ask and dig questions, ask more questions, try to learn. I appreciate you keeping and fighting. And I would like to look for the hybrid approach to making our city better to serve our vendors and taxpayers.
And like I said, we are not opposed to that at all, but we want to make sure it's a good fit for the city and for the customers that we serve, and not to cause them more frustration if there's only a 1-800 number for them to call when they have questions. I just don't think that that's what we expect.
Thank you.
Councilor Allen, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. Pam, we have a risk assessment that we're going through now. Do you think that would work together in trying to find somebody, or should we wait till the assessment is completed to start looking at reactions to what the report tells us we need to do, or I'm not sure really.
That's a really good point. I mean, the risk assessment is to provide a plan for the internal auditor to audit those areas that are at most risk for the city. But we also have the performance assessment, and they are looking at all areas of the government. We're going to break it into 3 tiers, being the first tier is going to be those departments that report to the city manager. Second tier will be public safety, and then the 3rd tier will be those elected officials that choose to participate in that performance assessment process. So that is definitely something that we can consider, looking at what the results of that performance assessment is, and maybe that will help us dictate which things we should keep in-house and which things that could be potentially contracted out.
How does it work? Would somebody come and report to council kind of an update of where they are, or do we wait till they complete their study or assessment?
So for the risk assessment, they are providing us weekly reports that we will provide to the audit committee. For the performance assessment, it's more of a longer-term process that we'll probably have more monthly or bi-monthly updates, and we can definitely provide that information to council, on a regular basis.
I thought that might help us, the direction that we want to move in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilor Chambers?
So when you went through the RFP process, was it 3 vendors?
There were 3 proposals, yes, sir.
So I guess my question is, how many jobs would have been impacted? As far as, would anyone lose their job if we had chosen one of those vendors?
If we had selected a vendor and council approved it and the revenue division was outsourced, then the revenue division employees would have a decision to make. Is there another position within the city? Or would they go to work for that vendor? Those are things that would have to be considered. How many do you have in the revenue? 9. 9 in the revenue division, and then part of the enforcement process that deals with business license. So there are enforcement officers as well. That's kind of part of that process.
I just want us to, let's keep that. I know companies outsource every day, but I'm more concerned about employee morale, when it comes to job losses and things of that nature. So I'm not opposed to outsourcing, but I want to make sure that we can find, if it gets to that point, that we can find a place for them within our government.
And that's typically the process when there's some type of transition. We tried to make
But it's
sure.
not guaranteed, so.
It is not guaranteed. There is a process they have to apply for any open positions, but obviously, you know, they're given some favoritism for those positions. But yes, sir, that's correct.
Counselor Kogle?
I'll be fairly brief here. So if, thank you for the presentation. Is there a way that we can, before we make this decision, kind of come up with the top 3 or top 4 items that or categories that the revenue division deals with, like business license, occupational tax, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, I think at this point, with some of the progress that has been made in the revenue division, maybe a full RFP doesn't need to be completed, but some sort of hybrid may be beneficial. And before I make a decision either way, I think I'd like to be able to look at where we struggle the most and what would make sense as far as like what those vendors, I know you briefly touched on that, like what they can do either way, and how they can best serve our citizens, whether it's outsourcing the business license application process or collection process, or like what makes it easier to do business in Columbus? Because I think if you go out into the community, that's one of the top complaints is it's really hard to do business in Columbus. And the more we can streamline that, I think we look forward to more growth within our business long term. So I would like to see that if possible before we make a decision on 1 or 2.
And, you know, you have to look at our structure of occupation tax that we have, where you have to come in and true up the prior year, and you make estimates for the next year and how it's based on gross receipts. I mean, it's not the easiest tax return to complete for a lot of businesses. So we've been talking about the actual tax structure. I know it was created years ago with a very large committee, and it might be something we want to look at, the actual tax structure that we have. And if you look at both Chapter 3 and Chapter 19, between the business license and the alcohol tax or the alcohol licensing process, it's
right.
extensive.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about, as well as like if you don't have that yellow piece of paper that comes in the business or in that we provide as a courtesy, then you have to go down to the business license office to get what you paid the following year to get those credits. So if that gets lost in the mail or if that gets sent to the wrong address, that can be a pretty big frustration, especially for those business owners who are out of town and have to make separate trips down to Columbus from Atlanta or Birmingham or wherever they're coming from.
So this might be one of those key areas as we're going through that performance assessment that maybe we talk with Malden and Jenkins, and maybe this is one of the first areas that they look at to provide some initial review and feedback to kind of outline those things that they see that could maybe use some improvement or recommendations from them.
No, I completely agree. Go team.
Okay. All right. I think that's it.
Okay. Next, I'm going to run through the American Rescue Plan update. This is a similar update that you've seen many times before. I think the initial question related to the small business grant program, and so I'll run through this presentation just to give you an update of where we are with the American Rescue Plan, and then specifically about the small business grant program that we have with the state. Again, this dates back to 2021 as a result of the pandemic and funding provided to local governments and states for the pandemic. There were specific purposes for those funds. We received $78 million in 2 different phases. To date, we have expended 67 of that. 10 million has been encumbered for specific things, and the 190,000 is a balance that's being utilized for specific things. So all the funds have been allocated, reported to the federal government. It had to be committed by the December 31st of 24 and expended through 26. So we're finishing up that expenditure process. Again, phase 1 funding, the automated garbage trucks and the carts, anything with the red star has already been expended, completed. The ambulance under phase 1, the community safeguard program, this was the summer youth program, cure violence, the camera phase 1 program. We have just a small amount left encumbered on the broadband cybersecurity, 66,000. They're finishing up that process for the trade center. Revenue recovery and the premium pay for public safety, those 2 items are completed. The initial small business grant program, which the city funded out of our ARP funding, was $4,850,000. And I did make a note, out of that phase, we provided 128 grants to small business, 27 to nonprofits, and 4 to tourism, for a total of 159. So that funds have been expended and reported. And then administration of the ARP grant itself, that initial phase of 201,000 has been expended. So when we had phase 2, again, we came to council. Council approved all these initiatives. Affordable housing, the $3 million, we have encumbered 2.5 and expended 407. So those affordable housing projects are in process. Utility assistance program, that was with enrichment services, that $2 million has been expended. This touched 2,193 households. The homeowner occupied rehab program, we've contracted with Habitat to administer this program for us, and so we'll be coming back to you with some really great stories of how we've utilized those funds and the individuals that have reaped the benefits of this program to provide windows, plumbing, handicap ramps for homeowner occupied rehab projects. The job training program, just over $1 million, expended 719. The balance is encumbered. City Council approved the extension of that date of those agreements, which was required to finish the balance of those funds. The mental health training is complete. Fire EMS, the integrated healthcare program, the ambulance has been expended, has been allocated 224. We've expended 37, and then 187, just waiting on the final delivery of that. The community safeguard program, this is a program for poverty reduction initiative with United Way. And then we did utilize some funds for the navigators of the Family Connection program. Public safety, 3.1 million. CPD equipment, again, 364,000, 360 has been expended, and there's just a final payment left on the equipment for CPD. The mobile command vehicle is complete. The IBIS system for the police department. We also have ambulances in phase 2, and those are encumbered, just again, waiting for delivery. The judicial backlog program, 1.295 million, 859,000 has been expended, and then the balance is encumbered on that allocation. Working through the HVAC systems for Civic Center, Trade Center, and Liberty Theater. So those are moving forward. And then again, administration, that is the person who is keeping track of all these funds in the finance department. Again, we had revenue recovery of over $10 million, and this is the list of those items that we used. Revenue recovery, the majority of that was for public safety capital, and you can see that the They've expended most of those funds. There are a few things that are still encumbered. We're waiting on delivery of those items. And then the camera program, phase 2 and phase 3, at $6.5 million, just a small balance left that's encumbered that will need to be paid out for the camera program. Which brings us to the second phase of the small business grant program. This was funds that we had applied for and received $4 million from the state. We had revised the small business section to be $3,650,000. To date, we have expended and been reimbursed by the state $3,517,000. So again, 116 businesses benefited from this program, and we have been reimbursed that total amount. For the nonprofits, it was revised down to $350,000. That provided grants to 13 nonprofits, $228,000. Again, we have been reimbursed that full amount. We have a balance in the small business grant program of $132,000 and a small balance left in the nonprofits. After we have reviewed every application that has been submitted, out of the ones that were submitted, there were 16 that were denied for various reasons. They did not meet the requirements of the grant program that was approved by the state to remove their application. We do have 137 applications that started the process but did not complete them. So we are going back to those 137 to see if any of them could qualify so that we can use the balance of these funds, $132,000 for small business and $68,000 for nonprofits. We're gonna work that through the end of this year. If we are unable to get any business or nonprofit to complete the process, then we will close out this grant program with the state, leaving this balance. Obviously, we do not want to do that, but if we can't get the participation from those, we do not want to open that portal back up and start the process over, because it's really 4 or 5 businesses and 2 or 3 nonprofits. So we definitely don't want to open that up, but we do have 137 applicants that had initially started the process, so we want to go back to those to try to get them to qualify. And that's what I have today for an update on ARP.
All right, Counselor Crabb?
Thank you. Under affordable housing, $3 million, you say there was an RFP completed, the partners selected, and so can you give me some details on how this assisted affordable housing?
So I know the Housing Authority is one of those that was selected. And I think the other one was the Salvation Army, where they're building their new facility on 2nd Avenue.
Okay.
But I'll get that information to you.
Yeah, and
I'll give you a summary of those projects.
I'd like to know how they applied it and how it affected, affordable housing in a positive way.
Yes, ma'am. I can get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Hickey?
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy City Manager Hodge, first of all, I'd just like to say thank you for the update. And also, I like the idea that those 137 applicants, that they'll get an opportunity, y'all gonna review that again to just make sure that if there's any way possible, we can make that happen for some people. Certainly they will appreciate that and try to see can we assist them in any way that we can with that process. Now, when you open this up, you're not going to open it up from anybody new, just that 137.
We're going to work through the 137 that got through. There's a 10-step process. Most of them got through step 8 or step 9, so they just obviously were busy doing something else and didn't complete it. But we're going to reach out to them, and
They still have to qualify per the original requirements.
They will have to meet all the requirements per the original grant that was approved by the state. But I really think we can get a handful to meet those requirements.
And, I know this is some business that council, we never completed, I mean, it's kind of like we just moved on, and I'm not gonna say it's been forgotten about, but this is by no means to put you on the spot or to make you feel uncomfortable. But for the record, we never got this cleared up. Was there ever a clip that you pulled that the former city manager came and shared with this council about the grant that his wife was getting? Was that ever a clip? And I mean, that was never cleared up. And so I think since we on the ARP, we're talking about it, I think that's something that we need to clear up as a council. I'd love to fix the problem.
So I'm really happy that you asked me that question, because I do want to address the question that you asked me and the question that the city manager asked me. Okay. He asked me to pull a clip. I was responding to that question that yes, you're correct. You asked me to pull that clip. I was not responding that I had a clip. I was responding to him when he asked me, did you try to pull the clip? Are you looking for the clip? And my response was yes, not that I had the clip. We did not find a clip from any public meeting where he made that representation.
Okay, great.
I feel that it was said in some format, in some meeting, whether it was here in council chambers, because he talked about it frequently in meetings that his wife was an applicant and received the application.
Which
So
she
to
was
clarify
yeah.
my response, that obviously
Well,
was
we've
a
clarified
big
that
deal,
tonight.
but
So
Okay,
let's wrap
and that
up
was good
if
that we
can.
clarified that tonight.
So
But
let's wrap that piece of this up. I think we're gonna go
okay,
back to this.
but
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. Continue, sir.
No, I wasn't finished. So therefore, as I mentioned before, she vetted, came through the vetting process. She was awarded, that was perfect. It was done, and nobody's saying that she don't deserve it. But the issue that still lies here at the council, Mr. Mayor and council, is that it was received with an unauthorized signature. There was a resolution done, and we need to fix that. We need to fix that. We need to fix that process. Whether we come back in as a council, we amend the resolution saying that it's okay for Deputy Hodge to sign off on it, but that needs to be fixed. So I make a proposal that we revisit that resolution, that we amend it, giving authorization to Deputy Hodge to sign off on the grant that initially that was signed off on that was not authorized by this council.
So you're asking the city attorney to draft something?
To draft something, that's what I'm asking. So that we can put all this to rest, and that it won't be no issue. It says after the fact.
We've done other
No,
things after the fact.
Yeah, no, the answer was yes, we'll do that.
cleaning it up.
Yeah, we'll get it done. Anything else, sir?
No, just want to clean it up.
I understand.
That was the intention all along.
Counselor Anchor?
Mine's a different subject, sir.
That's all right. I think we'll move on to a different subject.
All right. If we're done with the ARP, I wanted to ask, since we're at the end of the city manager's agenda, just about the jail process. I thought we were going to talk about that during this meeting. It's not on the mayor's agenda, but I think we mentioned that. Is that coming up very soon in our council sessions? I know it's a very important issue.
we have a couple of internal meetings to review some information with the mayor and the sheriff, and then that will be shared with city council.
Okay, so possibly in 3 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think that's it.
And I do want to make one announcement, and I'll just make it from here instead of going back there. As you've probably seen, we have posted the position for the HR director. This was part of her original plan, is to retire at the end of December. she's in the drop, and so we have advertised, I'm sure you've seen that position advertised, so we are working to replace the HR director, and hopefully we can find someone to come in and work alongside the HR director over a few month period of time. So just to make that announcement to council.
Okay. Just Counselor Huff?
Yeah, just one quick thing. It's been a long night. I want to get with you. I have quite a few problems in the district with some of the roadway, like down 185. Had to call a few times. They've called in trying to figure it all out. 185, Holly Hills area, the overgrowth that they used to spray and take care of, it's now growing back into the yards, and they have snakes coming. And you have what I call my senior population that used to be out in the yards and everything are unable to do that now. So the kids are coming home trying to take care of things. But I want to set a meeting with you and just kind of lay out a list so we have the time to go over and talk about it. We got problems everywhere with rainwater, different things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Davis?
Yeah, City Manager Hodge, could you get your traffic engineer to take a look at the roundabout area at Fortson Road and Williams Road? The railroad tracks, there's some businesses that are in that office park over there.
We were working on that.
Yeah, it was brought to my attention and they make some valid points. Can y'all take a look at that? I know they're concerned about that.
Yes, they are adjusting.
Concrete median going in
Yes,
and, yeah,
that's being adjusted.
thank you.
To have access to that area.
Oh
Yes,
my
that-
God.
that came up, and that is being corrected.
Perfect, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Counselor Tucker has a question.
Deputy City Manager Hodge.
Yes,
Sorry
ma'am.
about my voice. Crystal Valley is having some serious code issues. I'm saying that whole area, I know it's part apartments and trailer parks, but it's kind of looking like a third world country, and I've been getting a lot of calls, and unfortunately, I just had surgery. Can I please get some assistance with that area?
So yes, Counselor Tucker, I'll give you a call and we'll walk through those. Typically, if it's a home occupied structure, the tenant has to make the phone call. If it's kind of general maintenance of the park, we can talk about that.
Yeah, it's the whole neighborhood. Like you ride through and people are just throwing trash. I mean, it's just real trashy. Real trashy.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I think you can get back to your seat for a few moments now. All right. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the clerk's agenda, first we have a memo that's addressing the board quorum challenges. I've been corresponding with many of our board secretaries, and they're having a difficult time holding meetings. And I actually recently attended one of those meetings where we had citizens that were there to have their permit applications reviewed and action to be taken, and they were not able to hold the meeting. So they had to explain to those citizens, they had to apologize on behalf of the board, and this is something that's going on with a lot of the boards. So I wanted to bring it to your attention. Next, we have another. Yes, ma'am, I can. Next, we have another memo that's addressing the minutes submitted by the Golf Course Authority for many years now and prior to our current director over there. The way they were submitted, it made it kind of confusing for our staff, so I'm just trying to clean that up for the record. Next, we have a request to declare the seat of Julio Portillo vacant on CDAC.
Motion second to declare the seat vacant of Mr. Patillo. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right,
And Counselor Tucker's in favor of that request also.
okay.
Next, we have the resignation of Adrian Wade on CDAC.
Motion second, to receive the resignation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Counselor,
Motion to receive the minutes. Is there a second? Okay, there is a second. Any of those that anyone would like pulled? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Are there any opposed?
Counselor Tucker's in favor of those as well. Next, we have board appointments. The first ones are for the mayor. We have the Columbus Sports and Entertainment Authority, the position of the CPA, which he's working on. Next, we have the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees. We have a vacant seat for the business community. Then we have council district seats for Community Development Advisory Council. District 1 seat is vacant, and Counselor Hickey is working on a replacement for this.
I got a person that, working, that said that he's willing to serve there, Gregory Blue.
All right. He can be confirmed.
Motion to confirm and a second. Mr. Blue, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, he's confirmed.
Counselor Tucker's in favor of that as well. Then we have the Youth Advisory Council. We need nominees for Districts 5, 9, and 10. Next, we have council appointments, and nominations would be listed for the following meeting. For Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission, we have the seat for the Senatorial District 15 that is vacant. For New Horizons, Judge Ranieri does not desire to be reappointed. For Planning Advisory Commission, we have Counselor Chambers, who is nominating Anthony Smith, and this will be listed at the next meeting. And then Counselor Kogel is nominating Haley Lyman. This will be listed on August 12th. Then we have the Retirees Health Benefits Committee. Tom Barron is not eligible to serve another term. I did have a sheet for add-ons that I put around the table. There are also board appointments for the Building Authority. The mayor's appointment seat is vacant. Then we have council's confirmation, recommendations from other organizations. For the Uptown Facade Board, Frederick Hill is being recommended, and Ginger Surprise. They can be confirmed.
Motion and a second for the confirmation of those two individuals. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, they're confirmed.
And Counselor Tucker is in favor of those as well. And then we have the Building Authority of Columbus for the council's appointments, and Counselor Huff is nominating Anthony Johnson, and this nomination will be listed on August 12th. And Counselor Tucker actually has a comment about the board issues.
Thank you. I would say Clerk McLemore for bringing up that issue. I actually, before when we were talking about the animal care advisory board, we was looking at the term limits and how often, they could serve. We have I know we've talked about it before with, I think, something that Councilor Crabb was working on with the aquatic center. But we do need to look at it because we have good board members. But if we can stretch out, I say like the Golf Authority, if we can do a ordinance amendment to stretch the length of some of our boards, that way we can keep good board members, because it's becoming harder and harder to find people to serve and to actually do the work. So I'm asking our city attorney if we can work on looking at those boards and the length of term, the term limits, and see if we can either create an additional term that they can serve or make the length of the term longer. And I appreciate your thoughts on this. I hope you can hear me. I'm sorry.
No, we can.
With
We
my
got you.
throat.
I was just trying to find the city attorney's button. We got it.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to do it will be to amend the general 2-term limit and extend that to 3 terms, because otherwise you're going to be through 40 or so different ordinances setting up different terms for people in each particular board, but we'll be glad to take a look at it.
So just do one ordinance to add one additional term for all our boards. Is that something that we can do?
That's something we can look at instead of a 2-term limit, a 3-term limit.
Okay, can you do that for us? Well, help me with that for the next council meeting.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I had served on one of those before, and the only thing I'll tell you is that if you come in, like I did, I came in like halfway through a term, so I finished that and had 2 more terms. So that's 10 years serving on it's time to try to move somebody, get some fresh ideas in. So I just throw that out there because it can be a long time that you're asking these people to serve on those committees.
And I did want to add briefly that I'm trying to reach out to all of the boards individually. I'm going to try to attend their meetings, speak with their secretary, and then, of course, every now and then I speak to some of the members to try to see what their needs are specifically so we know how to help them.
All right, thank you. Councilor Huff?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring some attention to, on the building authority, we had the passing of Johnny W. Byrd II, and I just wanted to thank his family for the time that he was here to serve. He was retired LaGrange police officer that always wanted to, he lived in Columbus, worked out of LaGrange, and he retired, and he always wanted to give back to the city. And he was just getting started well on the board during his passing. So I just wanted to say thank you to his family and let them know how much we appreciated him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And that's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have a couple individuals. I think Ms. Palmore has 3 more minutes. Yeah, I see, I got her. Ms. Palmore's gonna go now and we'll get you up there. Haven't forgotten you.
As stated on the public agenda, I am here to represent my concern as an heir and as a citizen of the 3rd District. It has been stated that the property is determined to be uninhabitable. If interested in buying the property, I'm speaking to anyone in the world, if interested in buying the property, send concern to the tax assessor division of the Columbus Consolidated Government. Attention to 2928 10th Street property. Include your name, who will be your closing attorney, and the amount offered prior to September 2025, when I'm thinking that the director of the Inspections and Code will present to this council his recommendation. I will look forward, or I shall look forward to acquiring the names representing the ETAL listed on the record of the tax assessor's report. Thanks for your attention. I shall look forward to completing this task that I started back in 2023.
Thank you.
It's 58 seconds. Thank you. Thank you. And so what I want you all to know is that the tax assessors, they have provided me with this information, and I take it full responsibility for my position as an heir. And I'm hoping that the names listed on here when I can contact them about having a Zoom and they sign in and say, okay, I'm here and I'm ready to put in my vote to sell the property that we had such good times at on 10th Street in East Winton. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you all continue to have good days.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Ms. Elamine.
In 2012, when the former mayor came up with a promise that the pension plans would be fully funded in 15 years, that's 2027. I watch you, number 6, number 2, number 3, all of you, Mr. Mayor, just kind of wringing your hands and trying to figure out what to do about pension plans that were only 70% funded. That's how bad the situation was. I kept talking to number 5, who was a CPA. I said, can you find out how badly underfunded those plans are? He said, I can't get any information. And then finally one day he told me 70% underfunded. When you drop to 65% in the private sector, the Pension Benefits Guarantee Corporation takes over the plans and say how the money would be paid out. I told the former mayor to her face that it was morally corrupt to have a 2-tier pension plan where some employees paid 4% in and the newer employees paid 8% in. It is a travesty. It is a shame that those 8%ers have not filed a class action suit against you for that kind of disparity. It is just wrong. It's just wrong. And I will keep talking about it so that hopefully the employees will rise up against you about that 8% payment into a plan where they may never see a dime, really. And I say to Ms. Alexander, as of July 1, 2024, 103% funded. How funded is that plan now? How long would it take to know how well funded the plans are as of this fiscal year start? Because that was July 1, 2024, was the last fiscal year. Stop this monkey business with the pension plans. Employees need to rise up and say we don't want to be paying 8% when our coworkers earning the same wages only paying 4%. It is rotten. And I said it to the former mayor, morally corrupt. I told her to her face, and I'm saying it to you, stop it. Just stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion second to adjourn. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.